me start the other stream. Okay. Yeah, I stopped streaming on TikTok a while ago because every time I streamed, it would give me a warning saying that I was streaming unoriginal content, and then eventually it would just cut my stream off, or it would say, like, it would keep saying, we're not recommending your content anymore, which means that nobody can find you at that point. Like, you're just stuck with who you have now, and nobody else will see unless they go to your channel or like they already follow you or something, but it's not going to recommend you to new people. So it's just kind of a waste of time at that point. I don't know why it kept doing it though. It didn't make sense. I didn't know why it ever happened. It just kept saying I was streaming unoriginal content when everything was original content. Today, I was fine the whole time. Like we started arguing with that lady, and one of the problems was that she kept making the claim that what was it? That the businesses went out of business before Donald Trump was in office because she knew about it. She knew about these businesses going out of business before Trump ever got into office. And I'm like, no, Trump is the one who made them go out of business. She's like, well, that's crazy. How did I know about this and argue about it before he even won the presidency? How is that possible? What, am I clairvoyant or something? And so then later, we get to the end of the line, and she's like, yeah, but these businesses were so bad, they went out of business in 2025. I'm like, wait, what? You just said a little bit ago that they went out of business before Trump went into office. You kept saying that. She's like, no, I never said that. I never said that. You are so wrong on that. I'm like, no, you did. She's like, no, I didn't. And so I kept going back to it, and after a while, she stops denying that she said it and starts doing this like, why are you so stuck on this? Like, you're being so pedantic and just very particular about the details right now, and it's really annoying. And I'm like, I'm not being annoying about the details, and you can't just shift your entire argument on the entire thing that we're arguing out of nowhere and act like you just never said the thing that we've all been disagreeing with you on the whole time. And so then the other guy was like, dude, because I'd said, I was like, we're gonna clip this. I was like, we're gonna clip this, and we're gonna have the dun 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 dun, like we'll have the music playing in the background. We'll have the clips of you saying you never said the thing, and then the clip of you saying the thing. And the guy, the other guy who was on the call, he was like, dude, I already have the clip. Can I just play it? And so I was like, yeah, go ahead and play it. And the second he played the clip, fucking warning for playing unoriginal content. What is the unoriginal content? My own stream. They just knew that this is something that's already been shown on TikTok, and so they just claim it as unoriginal content, because if you ever play somebody else's content from TikTok on your stream, they consider it to be unoriginal content, but it's my content. So it's so stupid. It's so stupid, dude. Clip it. I want to see it. Oh, we had it in the stream earlier, but well, it'll get posted on TikTok most likely. I've got a number of those types of engagements from TikTok that I need to clip up from the last time as well. So Tom ripping off Tom. Yep. It's fucked up. All right, but yeah, we have both streams up, so if you guys want to watch the vertical stream or the horizontal stream, they're both up. We may get rid of the vertical stream at some point and just go to the regular landscape stream, but you're welcome to stay put for now, and we'll get to it. Oh, I forgot I had to change all of my audio settings so that you guys could hear stuff while that was happening. So let's see.
Some fun conversation, but conversations that kind of went sideways in ways that I was not expecting. It seems like you and...
This isn't echoing, right? We're good? No echo?
And Neil deGrasse Tyson were kind of at loggerheads. I forgot the details.
That was years ago. I mean...
No, there was a recent one. Or did it just hit my algorithm? Didn't you
I
just...
would say it's at least 2 years old.
Oh, I saw that as a recent one. Okay, then that's interesting. Then
That's
that
the
was
thing
a time
about
machine. Yeah.
the good thing about, and the bad, I think mostly the good is that they never go away.
Right.
You know, they're always there, and if you want to see Neil, I mean, look.
I mean, that's the thing that I've always enjoyed about my content, is that it's always there. But then I get on TikTok and they're all of a sudden like, you said this in 2021 and I can't believe you said that. You're a disgusting piece of crap. And I'm like, it's 2021, dude. Like, I don't believe that anymore. I was a conservative back then. I'm a liberal now. Like, why am I being held to a standard? Why do I have to answer for all this crap every single time I get on TikTok? Why do you guys always go and review my entire history as a content creator every time I come around? It was funny though. So earlier, I got on TikTok this morning and I was scrolling through, and I went through 3 lives. Each and every single live, as soon as I commented, the people on the live stopped and were like, yo, is that Tom Foolery in the chat? On 2 of them, they were very nice about it. They were like, oh, Tom Foolery, how's it going, man? Like, hey, is that the real Tom Foolery? What's up? Like, but on one of them, yeah, they were total dicks, and I think they might have even banned me. I can't remember very well, because I just woke up from it and I was just trying to find something to put in the background. And it's kind of annoying that, like, as a content creator, it's good if you have name recognition. It's good if people know who you are. It's good that, like, if you go around, people already know about you and what you do. But on TikTok, that's actually something I almost kind of want to avoid, because the more people who know about me, the more that they start coming up with this, like, he's a fucking pedophilic KKK grand wizard, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, oh, shit, dude. Like, I wish you guys just didn't know who the fuck I was at this point, so I could just come on here and debate. Like, I wish you guys just don't know who I am, don't know anything about me, so I can just come and fucking debate. But yeah, there's always some bullshit from the leftists.
Neil got woke at the expense of science, something I would think I could count on your support.
Right.
I mean, I couldn't, this was on real time, but I don't know if it came up on this show, but I couldn't get him to condemn the Atlantic magazine and I think it was Scientific American, both of whom said separating by sports does not, by sex doesn't make sense.
That was the thing.
Now, that to me is the kind of thing that, first attracted me to what you do, like the common sense, like, you've got to be kidding. And
well, this is why I've talked about this a bunch. Like, it's not, there's not a definitive answer right now. It's generally, if you go through some sort of hormonal treatment before you go through puberty, most of the time there's not really going to be any sort of benefit to you by a certain age, by like let's say by like 14, 15. There's not really going to be any sort of benefit to you if you went through hormonal treatment, took puberty blockers, and like went, transition. You're not going to have any major benefit as M to F. But if you go through it later, then there's obviously going to be a benefit. And how much of a benefit there is, that's the part that's kind of inconclusive. Is like, is there a real benefit that actually matters? And even if there was a benefit, is this a benefit that no other female could possibly have? Because there's females that are really tall. There's females that have like larger, better lung capacity. There's females who have thicker bones. There's females who have bigger muscles. They're like, females are capable of falling into these categories as well and being this. And so does it matter that they only have that advantage because they transitioned later? Like, it's hard to know. And so yeah, the fact that they're going to sit here and complain about trans people is like, I'm the good liberal. It's fucking obnoxious.
You and I pretty much lockstep on most things, including like we do not let the left off the hook when they go crazy. That's, I think, a lot of our credibility comes from that. And if you don't think it makes sense to separate sports by sex, and you're the preeminent science teacher in this country.
Right, right. I forget. So that should have been some clue that was not last month's podcast, because it seems anachronistic to be debating that now. But
why? I don't feel like those magazines have retracted it, or that.
I don't think. Well, retraction might be asking too much, but I haven't seen anyone defend it of late. I feel like that specific trench is no longer occupied on the left. I mean, I could be wrong. I mean, you know, but like, where's Gavin Newsom on that? And I feel like everyone's pivoted among known Democrats.
They threw trans people under the bus.
If we're talking about the specific issue,
like trans girls, trans women in sports, in women's sports.
Okay, but this is a somewhat, obviously related, but somewhat different issue. This is saying there's no point even having the NBA and the WNBA, because the differences there are only because of cultural norms.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's a totally different thing. That's a totally different thing. That it depends on what they were talking about, but there are some sports where that might be the case. I think there's like what's up, Philly? How's it going, man? Long time no see. There are some sports, I think, like chess and checkers and like, you know, maybe even bowling or something. Like there are some sports where it may be the case that there doesn't need to be any sort of difference in sex for leagues. But as far as like, you know, some leagues, like like the WNBA and the NBA, that is the one where there is probably the biggest difference. Like that MMA, boxing, like those sorts of things, there's some sports where there's just a massive difference.
Please, Sam, don't tell me I've lost you.
Okay. If that were true, you should expect the win.
Like, what's the curling? Like, what do we need to have a sex? Do we need to have female leagues for curling? Is that a thing?
Women to eventually just start showing up in the NBA and crushing the guys, or at least hanging with the guys without.
I don't know. I regretted saying bowling as soon as I said it. Bowling probably does need segregation. Like being able to throw the ball way harder than the other sex probably is pretty important.
Any problem?
It's not worth discussing. It's too.
Although I'll tell you one thing. So I don't know if you follow MMA at all, but
I know what it is.
I mean, obviously, men and women should be in separate brackets, and they are, and so that those differences still apply. But the women have gotten so much better at fighting. Like it used to be that even the best women sort of fought like girls. I mean, you could see like a talent difference.
I mean, dude,
but
Ronda
to watch
Rousey.
Women's martial arts, it's just astonishing.
It really is. It really is. Like I remember when I first watched women's martial arts, it was like watching children play. It was horrible. And the same with basketball, dude. Women in basketball has drastically increased in talent. Holy crap, bro. Holy crap. Like even watching women's college basketball is good now. Used to, you watched women's basketball, even in the college, even in professionals, you were just watching people run back and forth, just missing fucking layups over and over. It was horrible. It was horrific to watch. Now, you got, what's that white girl's name that's like the fucking Steph Curry of the WNBA, where she's like hitting fucking step back three-pointer fadeaways and shit. It's amazing, dude. They have drastically upped the level of talent. Caitlin. I don't know.
I mean, some of these women are superheroes. I mean,
against each other.
Yeah. But I mean, but there you can know.
Yeah, so Clark. Is it Caitlin Clark? Yeah, she's fucking amazing. That like it is impressive. I mean, I've talked about the fact that when I was in in middle school, our middle school basketball team, we would scrimmage against the girls' varsity team in the high school. And they were by far the best teams. But and we were just like 8th graders, maybe 7th grade. I think it was 8th grade. We were what, like, probably the worst team in our league from what I remember. We sucked. This is like a girls team that's winning state every year, and then the boys team that won't even make the fucking playoffs. And wait, am I down? You guys see me? My side says that I'm good. Back now? Did anybody else lose? You good on vertical? Okay. Oh, it's just you? Okay. But yeah, we were like not going to make the playoffs. 8th grade boys team not going to make the playoffs versus the varsity girls team that was like going to state. I don't know if they won state from what I remember. They might have, but I know that they were going to state. And yes, we demolished them. I don't remember them ever scoring a fucking point. Like every single time, it was just for practice, just as scrimmaging, and we demolished these girls every single time. It was not even close. Not even close. It was just it was just completely unfair. And so yeah, the differences there are drastic. You can take guys from, my experience. You could take guys who just didn't even play basketball versus girls who spent their entire lives playing basketball, and the guy would still generally end up beating the girl. But now that's not the case, dude. That is not the case. Watching the WNBA and like college basketball now for girls, it is a whole new world. It is actually entertaining. It is actually really good, and they're actually skilled.
Notice like a skill differential that had to be cultural, right? Like because they just absorbed the skill set. Totally.
I would say even more so with the WNBA. Mm-hmm. I mean, they play an amazingly entertaining and highly skilled brand of basketball that is in no way competitive with the men.
Right.
That's not a misogynistic statement.
Well, who was the first? Who was the canary in the coal mine on this point? Wasn't it John McEnroe who made some claim that if Serena Williams played the?
But you've read her.
Yeah.
Her quote. Mm-hmm. Backs him up.
She agreed with him. Yeah.
She said,
but that was a long time ago. That was like 20 years ago or something.
No.
Well, she agreed with him, and it ended up playing out where, yeah, she ended up playing like some 200th ranked college player or some shit, and I think she won like 1 out of 3 sets. So,
wasn't it
Serena Williams 20 years ago
when he made that quote?
No, not that long ago, and hers was much more recent.
Oh.
I mean, she said,
ago, I thought that preceded.
Oh no, yeah, it was like 20 years ago. Shit.
Shit. What we have come to know as wokeness. But I can't say I follow sports closely.
I mean, I think wokeness. I mean, I did a show called Politically Incorrect. There's the sign. I feel like wokeness began before it was went into full overdrive. I mean, each succeeding generation, I think, kind of goes more in that direction, more sensitive. I remember when Gen Z was coming about, and a lot of the talk was, oh, they're going to backlash the millennials. Well, they front-lashed them.
Yeah.
They went, the millennials look like Marines.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
These kids, don't you think?
Yeah, although I feel like, I mean, this could be just wishful thinking, but I feel like the spell is breaking. I mean, we won't know until we hit this full presidential election cycle in 2028, I think. I mean, when we field a candidate and see what he or she cannot say. But, yeah, I mean, I feel like it's just not as much of a thing. I mean, again, I got to bracket this with my sense that I might not be in touch with just what the far left activists are up to now and how.
Boy, it used to be.
Yeah. I mean, I mean, what I see in my news diet isn't revealing to me the same level of crazy.
Well, I must tell you that a lot of the commentary about where the Democrats should be, I'm talking about the mainstream politicians as they position themselves in the coming midterms and then 2028.
Yeah, somebody last time said that it was Venus, not Serena, but this is Serena and Venus Williams played against German tennis player Karsten Brasch during the 1988 Australian Open after claiming they could be any male player ranked outside of the top 200. Brasch, ranked 203rd, defeated Serena 6-1 and Venus 6-2 in the set exhibition match. Okay, so it wasn't 1 out of 3, it was 1 out of 6. The sisters made a claim that they could be any man ranked out of the top 200. Opponent, Karsten Brasch, a 30-year-old German player ranked 203rd. Brasch defeated both sisters in a single set match. Okay, so he wasn't a college player. My bad. The atmosphere reports indicate Brasch described as languishing in rankings, played casually, having played golf, and smoked in the morning. That's fucked up, dude. That's fucked up. He's over here just like playing golf and getting high and getting drunk and shit, and then just going and just kicking their asses afterwards. That's wild.
Well, on Israel and Jews, there's the same level of crazy. I mean, or a new level of crazy. But on like gender issues and racial issues, I feel like I'm not seeing.
Well, again, a lot of the commentary from a lot of people who you respect, I think, and you know, like Andrew Sullivan, I think, people like that.
No, he's not woke.
No, let me finish.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Okay. I'm jumping all over you.
Yeah. The commentary is that the Democratic politicians are not walking away from this issue, that they haven't done that. In fact, I'll give you the example.
Who's more woke in this conversation? I guess Sam Harris, I believe, is more liberal, more progressive, or more staunch. I would say Sam Harris is more staunch in his like liberal beliefs. Like he's a lot more staunch in those beliefs, and he is a lot more pragmatic in how like being a Democrat matters and like aligning with your side matters and things like that. I think Bill Maher does the thing that people accuse me of. Bill Maher literally does the thing that people accuse me of, where he, like, people say that I'm just trying to have the optics of fairness, and so I will just give credence to things that I may not really believe and that I know is wrong, but I'll give credence to it just to look like, oh, look how fair I'm being, guys. I'm that fair that I'm willing to give credence to that thing. That's what Bill Maher does. Bill Maher totally does that. Whereas Sam Harris doesn't really do that. I don't know of times where Sam Harris does that. I think Sam Harris is wrong on things. I think he says really stupid things. I think that the way that he talked about Kamala Harris losing the election and like how she lost because of trans issues and crap like that was so fucking horrible. But Sam said in his interview that if it wasn't for Trump, he would have voted for a Republican candidate. I mean, I've said before that I don't think that I would be as opposed to the Republican Party if it wasn't for Trump. I don't think that I would be as staunchly Democrat. I would probably still be like independent. I think that I would I think that I would be a lot more willing to vote for Republicans, but I the way that Trump has kind of like reshaped the entire Republican Party has made it to where it's not even a consideration. And that's why I've said like that's why I said that like I'm starting to identify as a Democrat just because like this is like an important thing to actually defeat people like Trump going forward, is that we have to actually like have people own these positions and own these labels, like people own MAGA on the other side. Like we have to be a bit more tribalistic, I guess. Bucky posted this: Battle of the Sexes, a courageous advocate for gender equality for women. From a young age, Billie Jean King accepted a challenge to play a match against former #1 ranked tennis player Bobby Riggs. In doing so, she launched her fight for parity into the worldwide limelight. In 1973, and Riggs, top men's player in 1930s and 1940s, was now a 55-year-old self-described hustler and male chauvinist. He claimed the women's game was so inferior to the men's game that even someone as old as he was could beat the current top female players. He challenged and defeated Margaret Court 6-2 and 6-1. So it's isn't that what this was with Serena? Yeah, 6-1 and 6-2. So yeah, he's 55. 90 million viewers. Promoters dubbed the match the Battle of the Sexes and gave it a prime-time television audience. 50 million people in the audience, in the United States, an estimated 90 million people worldwide tuned in on September 20th, 1973 to watch King versus Riggs in the Houston Astrodome, one of the most watched televised sporting events of all time. No tennis match before or since has been seen by so many. Well, that's because this woman was woke. That's because of wokeness in the 70s.
I remember citing it recently. Seth Moulton.
Mm.
You familiar?
Yeah, but I haven't really followed what he's up to.
Search her age when she played? Why? I don't want to. '29. Billie Jean King was 29 years old when she defeated. Oh, she won. When she defeated 55-year-old Bobby Riggs in the famous Battle of the Sexes. Okay, I thought Billy was the guy and Bobby was the woman. Tennis match on September 20th, 1973. Okay.
But I mean,
okay.
I can't bring to mind anything he said on these topics.
I'll tell you.
Yeah.
He said he was
Well, it's wokeness. It's these fucking androgynous names.
highly praised by me and others, I would assume you, back in, maybe it was the 24 campaign, and he said, I don't want my daughter on the field hockey field being run over, my 12-year-old daughter being run over by a boy who is, identifying as a girl, but he's going to run.
Castigated for this?
His chief of staff, I think it was chief of staff, quit.
Right.
Like quit.
Oh, yeah.
Like
Yeah.
this is like just saying it. Not even have a discussion. Can we just get in the break room and, you know? Plus, he's right.
Oh,
You know,
yeah.
and it's
Yeah.
the position that most Americans are, you know, who are not anti-trans. It's not that. It's just, again, separating sports by sex makes sense. So people praised him. I did for, you know, in what it constitutes, even though it seems ridiculous to me, sticking your neck out on the issue in the Democratic Party, I guess it is. And then recently, he kind of recanted.
Oh, so I didn't see that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was
That's not
hoping
good.
that it
Who are
would
they
make
talking
more
about?
people come out of the woodwork, and he crawled back into the woodwork.
Right.
So I don't know. You're
Yeah,
a
I mean,
little.
that's the most depressing. Yeah. Well, I guess honestly, I could be out of touch on this, but I don't think we're going to know until we have a proper presidential race happening and we know what people are doubling down on.
Well,
Yeah, I mean, it's just yeah, it's obviously suicidal for the Democrats to die on this hill. I mean, this is the
that's what people are saying.
yeah,
That's the phrase that comes up a lot. Why are you dying on this hill?
yeah.
Especially since it's not even a noble hill. I don't think.
No, I mean, I think it's a morally confused hill at best, and you know,
Yeah.
a psychologically confused hill. And I'm not sure. I mean, this is a very complicated topic, but it's clear that this you know, specific activist orbit is politically just an absolute dead end. I mean, this is the topic is such a super stimulus for at least half the country that they will. I mean, they will.
Yeah.
They will.
All right, I don't want to hear them like circle jerk about this shit. I'm gonna try to find where this gets
Middle East
interesting.
thing got subsumed to that.
Yeah.
Again, ridiculously. Ridiculously.
Oh, yeah.
The idea that, you know, they didn't really think of it any further than the Palestinians are browner and poorer. They must be the good guys. Hamas, the good guys. Bring on the intifada, that's liberation. And the white people,
The Amphitata. What is he talking about?
and of course, Jews.
I think you said intifada. That might be some dish that I haven't had, but intifada.
What did I say?
Intifada, which
Intifada.
we might.
Oh, you
I
got
think
to
that's our kofefe now.
try it with rice. I think intifada.
Yeah.
Is that it?
Intifada, yeah.
Intifada, yeah. Well, you know,
Which you don't want to globalize, kids out there. If you're in doubt about this, don't globalize the intifada. That's not a good thing.
no, but somehow they worked their way back after 9/11 to this position. I'm talking again about the clueless woke of the far left. The emo children of Wokeville found their way to this
No, it's not on top.
place where somehow the good people were the ones who violate every liberal principle much more than anybody else. You know, I mean, Iran now, what's going on? I mean, before the war, like it's a civil war, I mean, it could be over in a week, who knows? But before that, I mean, what they were going nuts over was first just killing people willy-nilly in the streets protesting. And before that, it was because a woman about 2 years ago, I forget the name, you might remember, would not wear or she was caught not covering her hair.
Masa Amini, I think. Yeah.
Something like that. And they killed her in prison, and then there was mass protests, and they killed all the people protesting her getting killed.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, I mean this is we should plant a flag here at least. I mean this.
I know that they end up debating at some point over a number of issues, but I don't want to skip straight to it. I want to kind of give it some room to breathe before they get into it. Okay. Okay. All right, we'll start here. This will give us like a little 20
that
minutes.
is a big part of the story, that troops have died. I mean, it's kind of a bigger story than that. Okay. But then in a country where I've read 80 to 90% of the people are thrilled that the Ayatollah is gone.
Mm-hmm.
What picture did they put? Picture of people mourning the Ayatollah,
Mm-hmm.
which exists, but I can't believe that somebody at the desk didn't get, I've got a great picture of people dancing in the streets. Yeah, we're going to go with the people who, we're going to go with the 10% who are sorry the Ayatollah is dead, because that's going to funnel the thought of our readers toward, oh, this is a bad war to get into.
Yeah.
Now, we can talk about whether it is or it isn't, but that to me is the difference in what the media does now and what they didn't used to do. Like,
Yeah, it changed the moderation to await approval. But I don't see anything that's like awaiting approval or anything. Did somebody already get it?
you're funneling me toward an opinion, whereas I would love it if you just told me what happened.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, the boundary between activism and journalism has clearly broken down. I mean, that's. I mean, I think we'll get to a place where we rebuild trust in at least some of these institutions, but we're not there yet.
And where are you with this new war?
Well, I think you just have to hold two thoughts in your head simultaneously. The first is that it was an evil regime that we should have crushed and could have, ethically crushed at any point since 1979. So it seems to me to be an intrinsic good to have done that, and I think, we should have come to the aid of the Iranian people earlier than we did. I think the foreign policy of Obama and Biden on this front was a scandal.
Scandal.
Yeah, I mean, I just think, we were bizarrely deterred by Iran through both of those presidencies. Like, we were clearly scared of Iran. We would put up with any offense from them to us. I mean, to say nothing of them, killing our soldiers in Iraq, and I mean, we put up with everything. We put up with the Salman Rushdie fatwa.
Yes.
I mean, it was just crazy.
Yeah. I thought the Obama plan, which was to bring them into the family of nations, and the deal was they would not get a nuclear weapon for 15 years.
That never made sense to me.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I
thought it was worth a try.
Right.
But that moment has passed, whether it was or not. And maybe I was wrong. Maybe it never was. And maybe they were always cheating. And also there was a big flaw in it from the beginning, which was the deal was you give up your nukes, but we're not pestering you about being terrorists.
Right.
You keep doing that.
But terrorists is one word for it. But I mean, the core concept for me is they were always jihadists. This was a jihadist regime. And their, death to America, death to Israel spiel was sincere.
Yes.
They clearly had genocidal aspirations with respect to Israel, and we couldn't countenance them getting a bomb. And I don't think we could have ever.
Anytime I hear the term jihadi or death to America, all I can think of is my own clip. What's up, Pam? How's it going? All I can think of is my own clip talking about this from, I don't know, like a month. Well, I guess maybe it was close to like a year ago now, but
Jeffrey Epstein knew a tremendous amount about my work when nobody knew anything about my work. And he had a pipeline into me that I didn't understand, which is that he was connected to my graduate program. And
he had a pipeline into me. That is the gayest shit I have ever heard. I would never want another man to pipeline into me. I'm a jihadi. Gay is not allowed. I'm sorry, but jihadi sounds fucking gay. That sounds like the gay version of the jihad. Death to America. We are jihad. But the other guy's like, death to America. Am I right? We're jihadi. They're fucking turbans with like sparkles and diamonds all over it. The jihadi sounds fabulous.
And I'm telling you, he was very focused on the Harvard math department. And he knew all about me in ways that he wasn't supposed to.
Bro, that's fucking gay. That's gay, dude. This is all gay as shit. As shit on a fucking pipe.
I believe that whoever constructed Jeffrey Epstein was running multiple different programs through the same thing, having put in a large initial investment. Jeffrey Epstein.
Yep. Fuck, stop moving. Oh my goodness. Tom, you should talk to that PF Jung dude. That PF Jung. That motherfucking PF Jung. Might talk to him one day. But in the meantime, there's this conversation with him. There's this conversation with him. There's this one. There's this one. There's this one. There's this one. There's a couple of panels that we were on together, or he was on my panels a number of times. What is this one? PF Young opens up to Tom Foolery show about YouTube drama?
You seem to dislike the drama aspect of these things.
Yes.
And that's probably my favorite part of all of this. I call it practicing philosophy, where we're actually like engaging in what somebody did, what they should or shouldn't have done, what would have been better, what would have been worse, like actually getting into the ethics of it. And
this is why I used to cover drama. This is why I used to cover dramas. I enjoyed the philosophy aspect of it. I really enjoyed it, and I thought that was the part that was really interesting to me. The reason that I stopped covering drama is because I realized all of the people who watch drama, they don't give a fuck about that. They are the dumbest, most brain dead fucks who just like are just walking zombies who do not have a single intellectual thought in their fucking heads. And then all of the other people who cover drama are just there to take whatever the issue is that's spicy and then hyperbolize it and blow it up into an even bigger issue to try to get as many clicks and views off of it. And I didn't just all this and realize that was the case, but that was one of the things that I always had like an issue with covering drama, was that I was just surrounded by idiots and people that I didn't like, but it was but I was always like happy to continue doing it for the engagement to some extent, and for the I thought I've talked about this a bunch, but I thought that maybe I was too judgmental, and then a lot of the people I would feel as though these people are so fucking stupid, but maybe I'm like stuck in this like high school brain where I'm the cool kid and they're lame losers and nerds, and like I need to really like try to be just more open and try to be a little bit less judgmental and try to be willing to get along with more people that I wouldn't normally. And yeah, then when like I had like a full cancellation and all of these people were so fucking stupid to where they just brainlessly followed whatever the most hyperbolic claim was instead of like what logically made sense, or like what was right or what was moral, or like, and that nobody gave a fuck about that. They were just following whatever the most hyperbolic claim was, and whatever the best drama was to get out of my shit. They would just watch that and follow that and believe that, and it was just so stupid, dude. It was so fucking dumb to where I was like, all right, I don't think I like this. I don't think I like this fucking shit anymore. I think I'm done with these people.
really looking at real life scenarios, not just these, make-believe hypotheticals,
Yes.
but we're looking at real people and what they're actually doing and assessing it that way. And I love all of that.
If people like a drama like Game of Thrones or any other movie drama, it's not hard to understand why people would be interested in like the Destiny Mr. Girl thing. It's
Exactly
like Batman.
what I say.
This is yeah, I was about to say, this is exactly my fucking argument. I have always said this. When people would like down me for watching drama or for covering drama, I would always be like, bro, you're no better. Everybody watches drama. Everybody likes drama. This is literally like when you write a story, you're supposed to start the story, like the way that you're taught to write a book or write a story is you're supposed to start with a problem, and that the book is supposed to end with a resolution. That is like how you write stories. Everybody wants that. Everybody likes that. That's how everybody engages with media. And so for you to just sit around and act like, oh, you guys are so lame, you guys like drama, it's like everybody does. That's the whole idea of media and entertainment. It's all drama. I don't care if you watch sports, it's all about like the dramatized aspect of it. It's there for entertainment. I don't care if you watch like you know, America's Next Top Model, or you know, The Voice, or American Idol, or something like that. Like, all of that is just drama as well. It is like you're getting off on the dramatic aspects of it. Especially, this is why reality TV shows, or, you know, Desperate Housewives and shit like this. Like, this is why people really enjoy these shows, is because it's very dramatized, and the idea that, like, covering the drama is somehow lesser is annoying to me. But the people who engage in the drama are lesser. That's the people who watch it, the drama communities, they just are lesser. And that is maybe something that I didn't have you know, the wherewithal to recognize at the time, to where now I look at people who cover drama kind of in a similar way, where I'm like, yeah, that's just fucking, like, bottom feeding garbage, dude. But not because drama in and of itself is bad, but just because the communities are so fucking toxic and stupid.
It's two, whatever they are, Batman and Joker.
I
right?
literally explain it just like this all the time, where I'm literally, any book or any story always has to start with a problem to create a story. And so, yes, everybody likes problems. They all like drama. That's what they want to watch.
Yeah, it's archetypal. When you have someone like Mr. Girl, who's like very intelligent and very, I don't know what the word is, capable or emotionally knows what he's doing with emotions. I don't even know how to describe it. And you have someone like Destiny, who's like pure cold rationality. That's an interesting thing. It's like Batman versus the Joker, and it's contextualized in a way that we all know the context, right? So if you follow, like, politics and stuff, you understand all of the context surrounding the story. So it's the difference between watching a Star Wars movie for the first time and watching the exact same Star Wars movie, but knowing all of the Star Wars context and, you know, Revan and the Great Sith Wars and all that stuff. You have a much richer appreciation of what you see. Or even like watching football. Like, if you've played.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. Yeah. Like, especially, yes, when you're covering something for long periods of time, which is why some dramas, if there is, like, additional information to it from back when I initially covered it a while ago, if that pops back up with some new information, I'll still cover it. I'm still getting right back into it, because yes, I'm still covering the this is, like, more to the saga. This is more to the details that I need to make sure that, like, we're still following up on and getting back into the same characters. So
football, and you understand, like, zone blocking. And
shut the fuck up. Oh my goodness.
Have really negotiated with them. They were always going to
And
be in
I
breach
don't
of the
think
deal.
the Middle East puzzle, which has been a thorn in our side, the whole world side, for so long, would ever get fixed before Iran got fixed. It's just too vital to the region.
All right, so that's the first thought you have to hold in your head. But the second thought is, it is absolutely valid to be.
Wait, is Mr. Girl the Joker or Batman? Fuck, I forget the name. Mr. Girl is Harley Quinn.
Worried about this war, and even opposed to it, given these further facts, which is, we have the most corrupt, most incompetent administration we've ever had, and there's every reason to worry that this is being done for the wrong reasons. It'll be done badly. Trump may just pivot, you know, a week from now, saying,
well,
you know, I'm done with this. We won. I mean, these people lie about everything.
I don't know about that. I mean, I feel like domestically, yes, I would go with that. Somehow overseas, I mean, look, it was late in the day, but it was better than anybody else did getting the hostages back.
Oh yeah, that was great.
And that was great. Okay, yeah. And then there was.
No, but I've actually said he deserves the Nobel Prize for that. I mean,
yeah, right.
So, yeah.
I did too. Yeah. And also the, you know, just a basic framework, going back to the first administration with the Abraham Accords. I mean, he has approached the Middle East differently and with better results. I'm sorry. I mean, somehow, you know, he's the best friend Israel ever had, as far as like just backing them and being unabashed about saying, we believe in Western values and democracy, and there's one place in the Middle East that mirrors those values, and that's Israel.
Yeah.
I mean, Obama and those people, that's what I liked least about their Mideast policy, was it, we always had to pretend everything was 50-50. Well, it's not 50-50. I mean, you talk about this more eloquently than anybody. The moral confusion of people who don't get this ridiculous idea that we have to pretend.
That does seem to be what he's going to do, is declare victory and move on. I mean, he's already declared victory. It's not like he's going to declare victory. He has already declared victory and believes that he has already won, and now they're just choosing to continue. That's currently what he's doing. This isn't like a prediction. This is what's happening.
You said you've told your congressional colleagues that you will not sign any piece of legislation until the Save America Act is passed. Does that include the confirmation of Senator Mullen as your next DHS secretary? Does that mean a DHS funding bill? And Senator Thune said today it's not a matter of whether or not your Republican colleagues agree with the policy. It's about changing the process. In other words, getting rid of the filibuster to get there.
So in order to get it, you're going to need Democrat votes. And what we're saying is the Save America, not the Save Act, which nobody knew what it was, the Save America Act, the Save America Act. And that's voter ID. We want voter ID. When a voter, we want to be able.
Sorry, wrong clip. Wrong clip.
Missile likely destroyed that Iranian girls' school. So will the U.S. accept any responsibility?
Well, I
for
haven't
that strike?
seen it. And I will say that the Tomahawk, which is one of the most powerful weapons.
I haven't seen it. I don't know anything about it. But also, the exact type of missile that hit it was a Tomahawk, which I know I did some research on this, and apparently the other countries like Iran bought this missile. Thank you, Pam. Let's fucking go. $4.99. Let's get it. You guys could be more like Pam. You know that? Just generally speaking, with super chats as well, but in general, but mostly the super chats and just sending tips and money to me, that you guys could be a lot more like Pam. So yeah, but I haven't looked into it. I don't know anything about this. This is news to me.
I haven't seen it. And I will say that the Tomahawk, which is one of the most powerful weapons around, is used by, is sold and used by other countries, you know that. And whether it's Iran, who also has some Tomahawks.
Does Iran have Tomahawk missiles? No, there is no evidence that Iran possesses or has acquired U.S.-made Tomahawk cruise missiles. Experts and officials confirm that these missiles are only used by the United States and a few authorized allies, the UK, Australia, Japan, Netherlands. Claims suggesting otherwise are considered false and likely stemmed from misidentifying missiles used in recent strikes. It was probably Australia, if you think about it. I think it was probably, Australia is just known for just like bombing girls' schools and shit like that. I think it was probably Australia that did it.
I wish they had more. But whether it's Iran or somebody else, the fact that a Tomahawk is very generic. It's sold to other countries. But that's being investigated right now. Yeah, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. President, you've said the war is, quote, very complete, but your defense.
Please read the letter by Larry David Hitler. Is that a typo, or are you just calling Larry David Hitler because he's like so pro-Israel or something? Like what is Larry David?
Defense Secretary says this is just the beginning. So which is it, and how long should Americans be prepared?
Well, I think you could say it both. It's the beginning. It's the beginning of building a new country. But they have no Navy. They have no Air Force. They have no anti-aircraft equipment. It's all been blown up. They have no radar. They have no telecommunications. And they have no leadership. It's all gone. So, you could look.
Hey, Yo, Philly. Let's go. Thank you, Philly, for the dono. Let's go. W, Philly. Let's go.
Look at that statement. We could call it.
You know, you guys could be more like Philly. A lot of you. There's a lot of you here. You guys could be a lot more like Philly. Sends a donation. Doesn't even say anything. Doesn't waste my time with his fucking bullshit like anybody cares what he has to say. He's just giving me money, okay? That's what I like. That's what I want to see.
A tremendous success right now as we leave here. I could call it, or we could go further, and we're going to go further. But the big risk on that war has been over for 3 days. We wiped them out in the first 2 days. When you think about it, it's incredible. We wiped out a big Navy, very powerful Navy. You know, these were ships. These were serious ships. These were ships that you buy when you want to win battles. They're all on the bottom floor. The sailors are all running off their ships. They refuse to get on the ships. The Air Force is gone. Everything's gone. The missiles are down to a trickle. The drones are down to probably 25%. And
what the hell does he even mean when he says this? What does he even mean when he says the Air Force is gone, the Navy is gone? Like, didn't they blow up like one ship and it was a training ship? Isn't that it? Like, and now their Navy's gone.
They'll soon be down to nothing. We'll have where they manufacture.
The U.S. blew up a lot of ships, Tom. Okay.
Manufactured. The drones are under fire as we speak. They're being hit. So the rest is going to be a determination as to my attitude, along with the people in the Trump administration, what we want to do. Thank you.
It's wait. Congress doesn't need 90 days to vote. You mean 60? You're talking about the 60 days that he has to like let Congress know about some sort of military action to where then they can vote on whether or not to continue? Because even that doesn't mean anything. From my understanding, all you have to do is just like after the 60 days where like you let them know, you don't even like have to actually wait for them to approve anything. You can just kind of start it over as like a new military
tip $20.
action.
Do not be like me. Tom be bald, baldy, bald, etc. Big breath, bald. W chat.
We need to turn that into a song. Bald, baldy, bald. Bald, baldy, bald. I like it. W, Aaron. Let's fucking go. You guys should be more like Aaron, but not when it comes to having hair.
Yeah, please.
Can I ask you, you mentioned you were going to waive certain additional oil waivers or sanctions. Can you talk a little bit more about that and address in particular?
Well, we're looking to keep the oil prices.
Yeah, the peace president, guys. This is the president of peace, guys. This is all, he just wants peace. That's all he's all about peace, dude. The Obama wins the Nobel Peace Prize for getting the Iran deal done, for getting them to sign up into the JCPOA. Donald Trump gets rid of the JCPOA and then goes to war with them for breaking the thing that he pulled out of. He's the fucking peaceful one. Dude.
Down. We went artificially up because of this excursion into a very positive thing. I mean, this was an excursion that a lot of people wouldn't have done. I knew oil prices would go up if I did this, and they've gone up probably less than I thought they'd go up. But I don't think anybody thought we were going to be this quickly successful. This was a military success, the likes of which people haven't seen. We have the best military. We have the best equipment. We have, I believe, the best generals. We have the best. And this went very quickly. We talked about that with President Putin. He was very impressed with what he saw because Nobody's ever seen anything quite like it. You know, Iran was a very powerful military country with all of the missiles. Now, you had the double attack. You had the original attack with us and Israel, and that knocked them for a loop. Then you had the B-2 bombers, which took out their nuclear capability, and they would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks to 4 weeks. And they would have used it long before this press conference, and we might have had a much different press conference if we had a press conference at all. But it's been amazing. The military success that we've had is truly unprecedented.
Yeah, it's already, according to him, they've already won the war. They've already won the war. The war is over. There's no Navy, no Air Force, no nothing. They know I got a nothing.
That the Hamas people who put the women in the beekeeper suits and use children as suicide bombers and civilians.
There's two sides to this dilemma.
People said that about Charlie Hebdo. On the other hand, drawing cartoons.
Those were vicious cartoons. Yeah.
Sure, a room full of dead cartoonists, machine gun in the middle of the day, yes, but
Did you see those cartoons? But what did they draw?
Punching down, Sam.
Yeah.
Punching down is the worst thing you could ever do, is punching down. I don't have to tell you.
Yeah. Well, so I certainly hope that I'm wrong, but I'm just saying that the people who are worried that Trump did not build any consensus among Americans for this war, they didn't consult Congress, that we've got people like Pete Hegseth running the show, all of this is inauspicious, and we have no allies other than Israel.
But did it turn out that bad with the Venezuela one? You know,
well, I don't think we know yet. I mean, we'll see what life in Venezuela is like in a year.
Just the mission itself.
Oh, but that was a very surgical,
I mean, just
special ops. That's the best we got. Yeah,
just say, we don't know who did it. It just happened. We don't know who the administration was.
Those people were experts. Yeah.
If you just heard what they did.
Amazing. That's a Bond film. Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah, they were, and I've heard the details since, not just from the right. You know, they were able to get this guy. By the way, I got to say, the world's bad guy.
Why did you say the fuck to Jeffy? I'm scrolling up and down trying to find out what the hell he said, and the last thing he said was 60. Yes, I meant 60. What? Why'd you say the fuck to Jeffy?
Guys are fucking idiots. The people, the mullahs in Iran who all met in one place. Let's all gather. Senator, what about Zoom?
Yeah.
I think it might be a good time to just zoom in. No, we're all going to gather in one place. Make sure you tell the CIA where it is. I mean, they're just stupid. Madero, just an idiot. He thought, they're not going to come here. And they're all paper tigers also. You know, there's something about this that I like about calling the bluff of...
Iranian people love Trump and we prayed every night for his actions. That is just not true. That is just objectively untrue. They like what he did. They like that he took out a leader. Currently, they like it. That there's no reason to believe that the next leader is going to be any better. There's no reason to believe that he's not going to be 10 times worse. But I agree that yes, they're happy that the Ayatollah is gone. That doesn't mean that they like Trump. The Iranian people do not like Trump. That is just totally untrue.
Countries that for years, I know you're not going to do anything because they'll say it's colonialist or racist or something that scares the shit out of you. And you know, if you do, we'll bite back. Yeah, okay. I bet you Iran in a week has no missiles left. And they have no way of fighting. They're no Air Force. They're just completely helpless to whatever.
We might see some...
No way, bro. Iran's about to win this war, dude. If you go, for those of you guys who aren't here, I was on a panel 2 days ago with a bunch of guys who were trying to act like Trump doesn't know what he got himself into. He's so screwed here. There's no winning this war now. And I was like, yeah, I mean, I think that the problem is that, you can't put boots on the ground, and that there's you're just kind of stuck in an area where what are you going to do? Just keep killing leader after leader after leader until you've blown up the entire fucking country? You're just he's in a bad position. And they're like, no, like literally, even if he put boots on the ground, there's nothing that he can do. Like he's totally screwed. And like, guys, if we wanted to, we could put boots on the ground and take this fucking country in a week. And all 5 of these guys start fucking laughing. They're like, what? Are you crazy? Tom, it would take years to even try. You don't even know if you'd be successful. It would take years to even try. What are you talking about? There's no military expert out there who agrees with you. Everything that I've looked up says that everybody agrees with me. Everything I've looked up from everybody, it says they all fucking agree with me. But it ended up being like a fucking 10-minute back and forth with all these guys just being so fucking confident in their claims that, you know, Iran is just so powerful. But you know what for those who weren't here, I know a lot of you were here, so you already know the answer, but I'm sure for those of you who weren't here, I could just say, what do you think they used as an example to say this is how we know that it wouldn't happen with Iran? And I'm sure all of you would know. I'm sure all of you would know exactly what it is that they used as an example, which is that this is fucking Iraq. Yeah, Iraq and Afghanistan. Yes, this is every fucking time. Every time. Like, Iraq has seriously poisoned people's brains to where they think any sort of military action is the same as Iraq. Iraq was a very specific scenario where, one, like we're looking for what do they call it? Like weapons of mass destruction. Then on top of that, we like the leader is gone in, like hiding in a fucking hole somewhere out in the middle of the desert. The makeup of the country is very different to where it's like some of these people are friends, some of them are our foe, and it's like it's very confusing to like figure out but in Iran, this is drastically different, bro. This is drastically different. Like 80% of Iranians want 80% of Iranians want a democracy in their country and want a secular government and are like heavily against the current regime. This is just insane to think that this is like at all related to Iraq. It's the populist anti-war brain dead people. I don't even know if it's anti-war, but it is populism. Like, it is just like this populist idea that it's like anti-government, anti-American, anti-Western countries. Like, that's what it is that like this idea that like all of these other countries like Iran are just capable of just like having like a full-scale war with the United States with boots on the ground and everything. Like, they're just totally different scenarios. Like, we did take out the Iraq government pretty quickly. Like, that war technically could have been over within days. Like, it could have been. It wasn't, but that's because we continued to do all of this other shit while we were there, pretending that we were looking for WMDs and trying to do regime change and we were doing so much other bullcrap. But if we wanted to, it could have just been over and like moved on. After Saddam Hussein was captured, like just leave it at that. Like, it's so fucking stupid, dude. I fucking hate talking to these people who are so confidently stupid, and it's every single one of them. There wasn't a single person on the panel who was defending me or who was on my side. It's just me versus 5 or 6 other people who are just so confidently fucking brain dead. It is so frustrating.
Terrorism, I mean, I think that's something
sure we
to
will.
be worried about, yeah. But
I mean, if Venezuela is, to me, that's the only thing we have to go by as a guide.
Well, I think it's...
Bro, half the country poos in the open. Wait, is that true in Iraq? based on 2022 data, approximately 0.5% of the population in Iraq lacks access to toilet services. Yeah, it's just what do you think, Tom? They're tribal? That doesn't mean anything. You guys are just being racist as fuck. You're thinking of India, and you're just too uneducated to know the differences between India and Iraq. Like, yes, in India, yes, they are literally shitting out in the open. They're pouring shit in the fucking streets. They're shitting and pissing out in the fucking open, and then touching it with their hands, and then going and making food for everybody out with their bare hands without washing them. Like, sure, that happens in India. That is not happening in fucking Iraq. That is this is a drastically different scenarios. It's really not stupid tomfoolery show. There is something to the Afghanistan complications specifically related to if leadership goes underground and the topology. Note, I'm pro the assassination. What? I have no idea what you're talking about. I didn't say anything about Afghanistan. Afghanistan was a different scenario altogether. Because early on, the Afghanistan leadership was like in support of the United States going in and getting Osama bin Laden, and the problem in Afghanistan was terrain. Like, that was like the major obstacle. Was there's not an easy way to like map out all of these mountainous terrains where there's like caves and all sorts of shit all over the place. It was the terrain was like the biggest obstacle there, but that wasn't the same in Iraq, where in Iraq it was just a lack of like real direction and what it is that they were even there for and what it was they were supposed to be doing that stretched it out. Where again, like if we're just talking about just taking out the leadership, that could have been a very easy job versus like whatever the fuck they were doing after that. But yeah, these are in Iran, we would be talking about just taking out the leadership and then whatever the fuck they do afterwards. But that, my claim, is just about taking out the leadership, not whatever the fuck they do afterwards.
I think it is a fundamentally different situation. It's just very, very different.
It's different in ways. I don't know.
So Venezuela, you're looking at what we're very, very good at and is kind of immune to what.
India has cities with sanitation. It's not like that everywhere. Effing US cities don't have public bathrooms like Europe. I don't even know what that's talking about, but open defecation in India has significantly decreased due to the Swachh Bharat mission launched in 2014, which constructed over 100 million toilets, officially declaring the country open defecation free in 2019. While rural areas still face challenges, the practice is largely in open fields, not city streets, and is rapidly declining. The issue is often misunderstood. Open defecation typically refers to using fields or bushes in rural, remote areas rather than in developed city streets. Despite progress, some areas, particularly in rural India, still work towards complete elimination of the practice. Open defecation is linked to waterborne diseases, making the construction of toilets crucial for improving public health.
Whatever. I mean, it's like whatever motives we had for doing it. If you just tell Delta Force, go get that guy.
But that's not just all we did. There's a new idea. Now, I'm not saying it's going to work yet, but it's definitely different than nation building, which is what we tried to do in Iraq and Afghanistan. And that is this idea of kill the guy in charge who's really bad. The next guy up, put the gun to his head and said, you see what happened to that last guy? How'd you like to work with us? Because we're not going to take over your country.
Yeah, see, that's where I think Iran is fundamentally different from Venezuela.
That
in
could
regard.
be the case.
Yeah.
Or
because the next guy is also a religious fanatic, and the guy behind him is a fanatic.
Yeah, but the country is not a bunch of religious.
No. But if you're going to maintain the Islamic regime or the IRGC, if you're going to, I mean, so there's this. I don't think that, the other thing to worry about, again, second idea, in addition to it being good to dethrone jihadists. That's the second problem with Trump, is that the communication about this has been so terrible. Like, they've given every possible motive and none for doing this.
That'll be forgotten in a month.
Well, if it works out well.
So did George Bush with the Iraq War. Remember, it was about jobs.
Right, but like
jobs.
But one of the things he said is, one of the things Trump has said is he's imagined, he's just spitballing here, but he's imagining that the IRGC is just kind of rejoin the population.
IRGC being the
Republican Guard,
Okay,
these are the people who just killed however many thousands of protesters.
But I'm going to put my marker down here. It's March 4th, the only day that gives an order. Think about it, kids. March 4th, 2026. I think that this is the moment where it finally does happen. I think I've seen it before with communist regimes when they fell after the Berlin Wall went down. I mean, Ceausescu in Romania, just to give one example, was in his palace with the 2,500 rooms where everyone was lit while the people had no electricity and had 60-watt light bulbs. And right up into the end,
Have you seen the footage where he actually lost power? You can actually see the footage. I mean, you can just find this on
electric
YouTube.
Power, not power.
no, like where he was standing in front of a very large crowd, saying something, and there was this moment. I remember almost none of these details, but I just know this video is findable on YouTube. There's a moment where he worries about his own security in front of a crowd, and they just kind of disappear because it was just clearly not safe for him to be in front of a crowd. And what's amazing is all of these totalitarian regimes, however powerful they become, you're almost never in a situation where if the crowd wanted to take back power, they really couldn't do it. I mean, like, even if you got 100 guys with guns, if you got 15,000 people in a crowd, they can kill all those guys with guns. It's just this is a coordination problem. No one wants to be the first person shot. And
I mean, the Iranians have already lost probably 20,000 people who were willing to get shot.
But it's still, I mean, again, that it's just the nature. No one is. Those are peaceful protests where the guns are being turned on them.
I'm
just saying, if you could solve the coordination problem where a crowd decides, okay, we're just going to kill these guys, right? Like, it's very hard to make that decision altogether.
No, what happens is that the Praetorian Guard changes. They say, you know what? I see this is going the other way. I just can't fight the whole country. I don't want to. And they join the other side. I mean, we've seen many revolutions. If they're
accepted by that's the other thing. If you're the guy who just killed my family because you were on the other side of the politics,
right?
Am I just going to welcome you back once you decide to put your AK-47 in the closet?
These are much more difficult choices than we have here in America.
Yes,
but
sure.
I mean, did you guys see the I don't know what they call it, christening of the new leader, where a lot of people showed up and apparently there was bombs and gunshots and shit going off in the background the entire time, and nobody seemed to give a fuck. Did you guys see this shit? Again, this is one of the problems that I have, and I've mentioned this a bunch, okay? That when everybody tries to make it out as though nobody in Iran supports the Ayatollah, nobody there supports this regime, they all hate it, they're all happy, they're all celebrating. Again, every country is going to have a mix of people. There's going to be a lot of people who are happy that they're dead, There's going to be some people who are happy they're dead, but they don't like that the way that the United States killed them. There's going to be some people who are happy the United States killed them, but they don't like Trump and they don't want the United States having anything to do with a regime change. There's going to be some people who don't want them killed at all. They're fully in support of him. There's it's going to be a whole mix of things there, just the same as just the same as in the United States. There'll be a whole mix of feelings if, you know, somebody murdered Trump from another country. The attacks have helped rally the people around the regime. In some ways, I would say that the majority, it seems as though the majority are happy that the regime is gone. It does seem as though, like, the majority are yes, at least happy that they're gone. Again, within that, like, happy they're gone, there's a mixture of feelings about the United States, about what it is that, like, who Trump is, or like having Western forces come in and having anything to do with their government, or you know, being like the having like a Western plant put in instead. Like but it does seem as though the majority like are happy that he's dead.
شما صحبت میکنم هدفاً داره عمل میکنیم و ما شاهد اجتماع حضور مردم هستیم در میدان انقلاب. ما نمیترسیم، ما اینجاییم، ما اینجا هستیم، مردم اینجا هستن. حتی در مقابل پدافندها، در برابر موشک‌ها ایستادن. مردم ایستادن، اومدن بیعت کنن با امامشان، با امام خامنه ای اومدن بیعت کنن و لبیک میگوین. مردم اومدن بگوین ما نمیترسیم، ما اینجاییم، ما مردم شجاعیم. باشتم شعار مردم.
Wait, okay. All right. Recent surveys from 2024 to 2026 indicate that only 11% to 20% of Iranians support the Islamic Republic, the supreme leader, and 1979 revolution. A vast majority, roughly 70 to 80%, desire an end to the regime and a transition away from the current system driven by economic hardship and repression. This is... Surveys consistently show that an overwhelming majority of Iranians, approximately 80 to 89%, desire a democratic form of government and oppose the continuation of the current Islamic Republic. Recent data indicates that over 70% of Iranians support a complete transition away from the current regime, with many advocating for secular democratic governance. I've got somebody in chat who's over here like, oh, it seems as though, oh, it seems, oh, so scientific. Oh, yeah, that makes so a whole lot of sense. This is yeah, I doubt you get 70 to 80% in favor of U.S.-Israel invasion. I didn't say anything about a U.S.-Israel invasion, so that's the
tipping point thing.
No.
There does become a tipping point, and I think the message of this is your moment. We're helping like in a big way, and Israel right now.
It's not the same thing coming from the U.S. That's what I said. That's literally what I said. I said it seems as though the majority of people are happy that the regime is gone or that they killed them, but may not be happy that that they're dead, but may not be happy that the United States are the ones who killed them, or might not be happy that the United States might be the ones who are implementing new leadership, or might not be happy that Trump is like. I literally added all of that nuance into the statement that I made.
What they're doing
we're not helping us. Again, this is, I'm all for this, except there's so many mistakes we've already made. Like if our goal was, first of all, we should have a coherent goal that we can articulate to our own population and to our Congress. We haven't had that. If the goal is, listen, it's finally time to unseat this regime and free the Iranian people, right? There's whatever it is, 80% of people want to live in something like a secular democracy. We're going to help them do it. If
the new leader seems worse, yeah. I forgot to finish playing this.
شاهد اجتماع حضور مردم هستیم در میدان انقلاب. ما نمیترسیم، ما اینجاییم، ما اینجا هستیم، مردم اینجا هستن. حتی در مقابل پدافندها، در برابر موشک‌ها ایستادن. مردم ایستادن، اومدن بیعت کنن با امامشان، با امام خامنه‌ای اومدن بیعت کنن و لبیک میگوین. مردم اومدن بگوین ما نمیترسیم، ما اینجاییم، ما مردم شجاعیم. بشنوید شعار مردم.
How do you feel about Channel 4 as a source for news? I don't mind Channel 4. Just in Iranian state television did not cut the feed. That is the most important geopolitical signal of the 2026, and almost nobody has processed what it means. On March 10th, day 11 of Operation Epic Fury, explosions thundered across Tehran while hundreds of thousands of Iranians stood in Revolution Square rallying behind new Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei, or Khamenei. Everybody that I hear say this says it very differently, so I think it's Khamenei is how you're supposed to say it, but I'm not sure. The blasts were audible on the live broadcast. Smoke rose behind the crowd. The camera keeps rolling. The chanting grew louder. Nobody ran. I didn't see smoke. Anybody else see smoke?
مردم اینجا هستن. حتی در مقابل پدافندها، در برابر موشک‌ها ایستادن. مردم
Like, you can hear more right there. You can hear another pow.
در برابر موشک‌ها ایستادن. مردم ایستادن، اومدن بیعت کنن با امامشان، با امام خامنه‌ای اومدن بیعت کنن و لبیک میگوین.
I don't think those are actual like gunshots or bombs or anything. It didn't sound like a gunshot. Guns go like bang bang, not boom boom. Wait, but the first one sounded like a bomb. Those sound like gunshots that I just heard. That's rifle fire, not bombs. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's why I said bombs and gunfires, because yes, it sounds like there's different things happening. I don't see smoke anywhere, and it also sounds like it's happening within the square because of the way that it echoes over and over. It sounds like it's happening in the square, so it sounds like it's maybe like firecrackers or fireworks or maybe even, yes, like firing shots in the air. Yeah, I don't see any smoke. I don't know what they're talking about.
If we were really aligned with that, there are things we would do differently. I mean, we disbanded Voice of America, or like put it in the hands of Carrie Lake, who disbanded it, and like so we have no messaging into Farsi.
Voice of America is a Tomahawk missile. Well, that's what the Voice of America is.
Even just to help them, they have a coordination problem to solve. Yeah, I mean, there are ways that it is totally rational to have absolutely no confidence that Trump and Pete Hegseth are really thinking in humanitarian terms about how to help the Iranian people. They're just trying to win this in whatever winning means in their brains. Okay. And I just, my fear is that Trump, unlike every other president we could name in our lifetime, Trump is actually capable of breaking everything and then just turning on his heels and saying, "We won. It's the greatest day for America." Have you seen these curtains? These curtains are amazing.
That's what I say. I don't know that I necessarily disagree with the bombing of Iran. I don't know that I think I agree with like taking out the nuclear sites and trying to take out the uranium. I don't know that I necessarily disagree with killing the leaders, but what I do have an issue with is that Trump is the one who's doing it. And I know that to like every right winger, that's just going to sound like pure TDS. But the problem is that one, he doesn't tell us what this war is about. He doesn't tell us why he's doing it. He doesn't tell us what it is that we're trying to achieve. He doesn't tell us like what the goal is at any point. We have no idea, even if we were to support it, what we're fucking supporting. So it's just like, that Trump being the person to do this is a why, Tom, why do you agree with taking out nuclear sites? What do you mean why? Like because they had uranium enriched to 60%? That was like the whole point of us having like the JCPOA is to stop them from being able to achieve something like this. This is why Obama fought so hard to get them on the deal, and Trump's dumbass pulled us out to kind of fucked everything up, and now we're only in this mess because Trump pulled us out of the JCPOA. So now like we still would have to, even if Kamala Harris was in this situation, she would still have to deal with the fact that they have uranium at 60%. Now, I think Kamala Harris would be able to actually get a new deal done. I think that she would actually be capable of getting a new deal done because Donald Trump has tried to get them to agree to 0% enrichment, which is fucking bonkers. That's one of the dumbest things possible. But the point is that if she wasn't capable of getting them into a new deal, yeah, I would still expect them to probably go and bomb nuclear sites, yeah. So does Russia, so does North Korea. Yes, exactly. These are problems. These are problems. So, like, the more countries that have nukes, the less control we have, the less influence we have. Like, this is the whole problem. As I regularly say, this is the whole problem with the fact that like Russia is a nuclear power and they're currently at war with Ukraine, and we can't put boots on the ground or actually like engage in some real meaningful help to Ukraine because Russia is a nuclear power. And so where like Trump, in his last administration killed Soleimani, Iran responded with pretty much nothing, just like trying to pretend like they were engaging in some like response to make it look like, so they didn't look weak, but didn't really do anything about it. Well, that's because we're the fucking nuclear power. They are not. There's nothing that they can really do about this, so they're just kind of fucked, and they just kind of have to deal with it. Same when we in June when we bombed their nuclear sites, nothing they can really do about it. But if they are a nuclear power while also like killing their own citizens and having issues with the already with oil and pricing and all this shit, like they are a bigger problem. Then you add on top of that they already seem to have some allyships with North Korea, with Russia, with China. Like this is adding another fucking nuclear power into that alliance would be highly problematic. So yeah, I think it's pretty obvious why they shouldn't have a nuke.
Yeah, but that's pretty much what the plan is. We don't want to go back to nation building. We don't.
I'm not saying we do, but
I was disappointed the other day when he said we might put boots on the ground.
Yeah,
because that's what I don't want to do. And I thought, like, if he can make Venezuela a functioning country, and by the way, the connector to there is.
So should we bomb all nuclear powers we don't like? No, because they're nuclear powers. Should we stop them from becoming nuclear powers if we don't like them? Yes. yeah, if they are starting to build nuclear sites and starting to like enrich uranium to high levels to where it seems as though they're going to continue building on that, I would say go bomb the nuclear sites to stop them from getting
Is Cuba, because they also get the oil from Venezuela, and they're right on the brink, and they're having negotiations apparently with Marco Rubio.
Well, that is a situation where I know almost nothing about this, but I can well imagine Cuba is totally doable. Unlike Venezuela, unlike Iran, I bet we could roll into Cuba and say, listen, guys, this is all going to change. It's either going to be a resort community, and you're all going to be rich, or because communism is over and there's a new sheriff in town.
Well, you're just pulling that out of your ass. Because,
I know, but
as in that the Cuban Communist Party is as entrenched in Cuba as much more so than it is, I think, in Venezuela. They're socialists. They're not. I don't know if they know what they are. I mean, they've been all around. Cuba's been communist since 1959.
But in the aftermath, but again, getting the top spin from what we've done in Venezuela and what is happening in Iran.
What the basic plan is, as opposed to what we tried in the past, which was nation building.
Yeah.
The plan is you cut the head off the snake. You say to the vice snake, you want to get on board? Because this hasn't been working anyway. We both know it. We both know that these are horrible, failed societies. I mean, like something like a quarter of the Venezuelan people have
liberals for Trump. Shut the fuck up, dude. You're a bot. You're not a fucking liberal. I don't know why you always do this. No liberal would ever vote for Trump. Like, liberalism is diametrically opposed to fascism, okay? No liberal would ever vote for fucking Trump. Give me a break.
Have left.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's an incredible statement. A quarter of the people? It's like in this country.
But again, in Venezuela, we seem to have absolutely no connection to a real humanitarian purpose. We're not trying to.
The humanitarian purpose is to get rid of the government that was a.
No, but we didn't do that. We just got rid of the top guy and his wife, and then we're taking half the oil.
But now we're talking. We're talking to them and saying, do you want to live? If you want to live, we would
give us the oil. We're not. I mean,
the oil is part of it.
Yeah, I mean, it was explicitly part of it in a way that should have shocked everyone.
You're not going to get me to defend Trump on corruption. I've done 20 editorials about how corrupt he is, and there's always a side deal for the family. That's one reason why he's always mad at me still, of course. But, okay, put that aside for a second.
Gob, if you want to call in and go over any of this shit, I am happy to get into it anytime. I'm a liberal and I voted for Trump. No, you're not a fucking liberal, dude. Like, you're just not a liberal. Please don't use the talking point of a liberal is. It's not a talking point. It's just a factual statement. Liberalism is diametrically opposed to fascism. Fascism was created as a way to get rid of liberalism. That's what it was. That's what, like, the fucking idea behind it. Donald Trump is opposed to liberalism. Donald Trump's movement, MAGA, is opposed to liberalism. It is opposed to the Constitution. It is opposed to the rule of law. It is opposed to checks and balances. It is opposed to separations of power. It is opposed to Americanism. It is opposed to everything that we hold to be true within our country. It is like MAGA and Trump are the epitome of what it is that our founding fathers were trying to avoid when they created this country.
And you said two thoughts are important, right? The other thought is, in the long run, if we could get Venezuela to not be this basket case in the Southern Hemisphere, wouldn't that be worth it? And the idea, if you're not going to do nation building, if you're not going
Jumbelina, I think when you say we're past liberalism, the other side on the right, when they say we're past liberalism, is very different than when a fucking socialist says we're past liberalism. One side is saying, we're past liberalism, man. That shit's trying to bring in too many immigrants. You guys are like, we're done with liberalism because that's giving free speech to Nazis. Like, you're both like saying you're done with liberalism for literally opposite fucking reasons.
going to topple like we did Saddam Hussein and then install somebody that half the population resents and thinks is put there by Uncle Sam. If you're going to let it happen a little more organically and just threaten the next person to say, okay, just pivot to this way of doing things. I think it's worth a try. We've tried everything else. And if that can work in Venezuela, and I don't know why it couldn't, I mean, there are a million reasons why it couldn't.
Well, there's lots of criminal gangs. I mean, there's a lot going on in Venezuela. But
yeah,
but it's just the wrong analogy for Iran. I mean, what you don't have in Venezuela is the religious fanaticism and the history of theocracy. If you left the theocrats in charge and just got kind of younger, more,
we're not going to do that.
Theocrats.
We're not going to do that. They've already killed the next wave.
I beg to differ. You just talked of MAGA as if MAGA is what started this. It is MAGA. It's not even MAGA. It's Trump. Trump started it. Trump did it. There is no uniparty. The Democrats didn't have anything to do with this. It is MAGA. It is Trump. That's just blatantly what it is. And anybody who says otherwise is just a fucking lying propagandist. That's it. Like, it is factually, blatantly Trump and MAGA. It is MAGA for supporting it. It is MAGA for buying the bullshit. It is MAGA for, buying into the brainwashing. It is MAGA for all of the dumb shit that they continued to repeat from Trump, where Trump comes in and literally just lies out of his fucking ass, and then MAGA repeats it. Liberalism is working the way that it's supposed to until Trump. Propaganda or gaslighting? I mean, obviously gaslighting is a big part of it as well, but liberalism is supposed to work where, like, we have media that is supposed to be checking the powerful and, like, reporting on the lies, reporting on what it is they're wrong about. It's supposed to be investigating them and calling them out, and that is what our media does. They do it, and they do it well, and they do it on both sides. But when Trump comes in and just tells you not to believe the fucking media, and then they all start to not believe the media, and then he tells you not to believe science, and they just stop believing science, and then he tells you not to believe in the universities, so they stop believing the universities, and then he tells you, like, every single institution that exists that is supposed to be a check on the powerful within our country, he just told them not to believe them, and they all stopped believing it. It was just that simple. It was just that fucking simple. He just said, don't believe these fucking institutions that are built to hold me accountable, and then they all did. They just stopped believing those things, and that was that. Like, there's nothing more to it. There's no way to, like, stop that in any other way except for, like, some sort of authoritarian measure that I'm sure you guys are more in favor of, but yeah, there isn't a way to, like, get that out of the way. And while you guys are running around saying, "Oh, liberalism's over, liberalism failed," I'm sorry, but there's one side of this equation that's actually capable of, like, winning votes and convincing Americans to vote for them and convincing Americans to be their constituents. And there's one side of this equation that actually has some political power and that actually is actually fighting Donald Trump, who is actually fighting fascism, who is actively out there, like, doing what it is they need to do to slow this down. Whereas the other side just sits online whining and crying about it all day, dreaming of their fucking revolution one day. There is no uniparty, and the Democrats are just actively trying to stop what it is that is happening in our government right now. Well, media is not supposed to be biased. That's not literally, that's the dumbest fucking thing of all time. There's literally no way to not be biased. You're not being truthful if you say it's not. Conversation has to stop when you're not truthful. Yeah, see, bias is one thing, truthful is another. You can be biased and be truthful. Those are two different things. But like, I would say that CNN is truthful. I would say that MSNBC is truthful. I would say that even the journalism from Fox News is truthful, but their pundits are not truthful. Their pundits are just a bunch of fucking propagandists and liars. And that's, I think at this point, more than half of Fox News. So yeah. You sound like Hutch? Well, no, I just sound like a Democrat. Like, I don't sound like Hutch. I don't know why every time somebody just says like what most Democrats think and feel, people say, "Oh, you sound like Hutch." Like, Hutch is not the only fucking Democrat on the internet.
I know, but still, there's 10,000 of those
Yeah,
guys.
but there's also a large population of people who.
CNN edits interviews to make it look biased in one way. Well, okay, show it to me. Where did that happen? Where did CNN do that? Don't move the goalpost to some other organization. Don't move the goalpost to somebody else. Where did CNN edit an interview to make it look biased? An interview, too. An interview. They edited an interview out of context. The Pete Hegseth interview. Okay, what did they do to the Pete Hegseth interview? Democrats funded by communists. You don't know what fucking communism is, buddy. There's socialists and communists in the chat right now. I promise you, they all hate Democrats. Okay? There are socialists and communists here. Socialists and communists hate Democrats. Democrats hate socialists and communists. Like, there is no overlap there, but you guys keep fucking dreaming. They voiced over a specific part, blame Israel for the war, then released the unedited interview without the voiceover. Okay. So it looks like you're talking about 60 Minutes, not CNN. So as I said before, don't move the goalpost to some other platform. Don't move the goalpost to something else. We're already switching. Okay, so 60 seconds, apparently. 60 seconds always does this. This is literally part of what they do. And what the Trump administration keeps doing, all the people who are part of the Trump administration, is they keep going and doing interviews with 60 Minutes and then complaining about how highly edited it is. Why do you keep doing fucking interviews with them? If you think it's so bad, this is the way that they've always done all of their interviews. If you go watch the Kamala Harris interview, it is literally like unwatchable in how fucking chopped up it is. Like, he asks a question and then her facial expression in her answer doesn't even seem to align with the fucking question that they're asking. But they edit everything down so much that it's just completely unwatchable. That's what 60 Minutes does. This isn't some like news to them. They're not like being caught off guard when 60 Minutes edits things in a way that makes it look different. This is just what they do every fucking time. Let's see, hold on. "60 Minutes called out over editing of Pentagon Pete segment." Megyn Kelly has criticized CBS News for airing a version of its 60 Minutes interview of Pete Hegseth that she claims misled viewers about Israel's role in the Iran war. On her Sirius XM show Monday, Kelly called attention to one difference between the interview broadcast Sunday night and the full interview that is available online. In the broadcast interview, one of CBS correspondent Major Garrett questions to Hegseth was overdubbed. A voiceover said, "Some normally enthusiastic supporters of the president have criticized him, suggesting Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu pulled the U.S. into a war that, to their minds, did not put American interests first." Cutting back to Hegseth, Garrett question ends with, "Do you want to address that criticism?" Hegseth replied in part, "All I know is I'm in the room every day and I see how President Trump operates and what he's putting first, and it's America, Americans, and American interests." In the full interview posted online, the voiceover is missing and replaced with a question by Garrett that focuses on a similar theme, but does not cite Israel or Netanyahu. "You mentioned America first. Some who identify with that movement, Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Marjorie Taylor Greene, have said from their perspective that this isn't an America first campaign. Do you want to address that criticism?" Garrett asked. That's literally the same. That's the same thing. That's the same thing. You said that they edited this as though it was dishonest. This is not biased. This is the same fucking question. This is the same question. It's just worded differently. It's the same fucking question. The first one is he said, "Some normally enthusiastic supporters of the president have criticized him, suggesting Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu pulled the U.S. into a war that, to their minds, did not put American interests first." So this is saying some people in MAGA feel as though the war is not America first. And then the second one is Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Marjorie Taylor Greene have said from their perspectives, this isn't an America first campaign. Do you want to address that criticism? It's the same fucking question. You're pulling another disingenuous tactic by the left. Instead of interpreting the comment honestly, you want to try to pick it apart and ignore the main point. Typical slide. Wait, are you talking about me? It's not the same question. Wait, what's the difference? His answer is, "All I know is I'm in the room every day and I see how President Trump operates and what he's putting first. And it's Americans, America, American interests." That is... That's the same question. If he had responded saying something about Megyn Kelly or Tucker Carlson or Candace Owens, and instead it sounded like he was talking about MAGA, then I would be like, okay, that's fucked up. Like, they made it sound like he's criticizing all of MAGA when really he's just talking about a couple of pundits. That's fucked up. But that's not what he did. That's not what happened. It's not the same question. You're ignoring the Israel part itself. Okay, hold on. Am I? Some normally enthusiastic supporters of the president have criticized him, suggesting Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu pulled the U.S. into a war, to their minds, did not put American interests first. So it's just... Hold on. The answer that he gave has nothing to do with Israel. The answer that he gave had to do with whether or not America was put first. So you're saying they misrepresented him and his answer. The second part doesn't imply Israeli involvement. Sure, but the question implies that. The answer does not. The answer is the same either way. They did not misrepresent Hegseth. Hegseth and his answer is the same. Hegseth did not answer the part about Israel. He didn't respond to the part about Israel. He responded to whether or not this was putting America first. That's what he responded to. He responded to whether or not this war puts America first. Also, on top of that, when they mentioned these three people, Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Marjorie Taylor Greene, these four people, okay? You know, all four of those people are, like, their criticism is that Trump is, like, doggedly following Israel into a war. You know that their criticism is that he is, like choosing to just do whatever it is that Israel wants, right? So even the question would still have the same implications with those people. But either way, he doesn't answer that question. So I'm sorry. This is like, you guys are just stretching so far. If this is an example of them being dishonest, I'm sorry, but like, you're really fucking stretching it at that point.
Who want the opposite.
Absolutely. I mean, but the irony here is that, and this cuts against your bias, which I share, no more nation building, no more boots on the ground. Iran was always the best case for nation building. I mean, there's a much more sophisticated culture.
But it has to happen organically or internally.
Right. Again, this is a situation where we could have been greeted with flowers, like unlike in Iraq, unlike in Afghanistan. I mean, Afghanistan was just, that possibility was unthinkable. In Iraq, I understand how people were confused. In Iran, you really, given the nature of the culture outside of Iran, the diaspora, and given just the kind of the subterranean level of secularism and sophistication in Iran, and just how tired they are with theocracy. I mean, I once got on a Zoom call with it was like 100 Persians to just talk about Islam and jihadism.
You could have just gone to dinner in Westwood.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, to a man and woman, they wanted us to invade their country. I mean, it's like, this was just a very different attitude. They're tired of theocracy. Again, that's probably 20% of the population is ready to double down on theocracy and jihadism, but...
I think maybe even more. I mean, you see the people in Tehran, that's the capital, that's where the sophisticated people are. Trust me, when you get out to West Virginia, Iran, there's a lot of people... There's...
roll into calm.
I mean, but, I think it's an ancient culture, a sophisticated culture. They're not from the Middle Ages. That's why I was always thinking that, the Obama plan might work because they do kind of want to belong to the family of nations, a lot of them there. Okay, it didn't, now we're in this place. This is what has to happen. I mean, it's unfortunate that people die in wars. I saw, one of our bombs apparently hit a girls' school, which is horrible. But how many millions of women in Iran?
Well, I appreciated the objective... What is it? Objectivist. Thank you.
Could be leading better lives and have their lives spared.
I haven't heard an analysis of what happened there. What I did hear is that school used to be part of like a military base or something. Like it seemed like an instance of bad intelligence. Like the buildings had been part of a military base, and then
war. We killed Pat Tillman in Afghanistan. The Kuwaiti dude shot down 3.
I don't like that this is the response every time. I don't like the maliciousness. It is a conversation that we can have at some point. Like, we would need more details to talk about, like, whether or not there was malice in this instance. But to keep jumping to that every time is kind of obnoxious. Like, one way or the other, we should have had, like, better intelligence. We should have been better in this instance. This level of a mistake is kind of fucked up. And it's like every time somebody hears about it, they're like, their first thing is like, well, it seems as though this was part of the military base at some point. So like that's it's a kind of an understandable mistake is kind of what I get from that. And I wish that there was like a bit more, I don't know, like human reaction to this shit. Like, yeah, that's fucked up. Like, shit like this shouldn't be able to happen. We need to, like, there needs to be some accountability here. And like, that's what we should be saying. That's what we should be hearing every time this shit comes up.
Of our friendly, you know, they thought they were shooting.
The difference, I mean, to remind people, the difference here is that not even our enemies sincerely believe that we intended to bomb a girls' school.
Exactly.
But we're fighting people who will intend to bomb a girls' school.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that's all the difference. I mean, that's everything.
That's what we depend on you for.
But one of us did bomb a girls' school, and the other one didn't.
Sam.
Thank you. Well, I'm glad to bring this painful moral analysis.
You know, if you break your arm, you see a doctor. If your headache doesn't go away.
Headache doesn't go away. Definitely don't watch Bill Maher.
You know, I don't worry about you, but I you know, I mean,
but I worry.
The Trump thing, we're free to have that differentiation of opinion.
Well, so we didn't do the postmortem on that. Do you want to do it, or you don't want to do it?
Sure. I mean, like, I don't. I never took it personally. It was just.
Well, no, I don't think that's quite true. I think you did take it personally, and you were right to take the thing you took personally. You were right to take personally.
Oh, okay.
So
no, I took Annika's email personally because it was condescending. I know.
I was not in the loop for that.
But I'm telling you, it was very condescending.
Who is Annika? Based on the provided search results, there's no publicly listed email address. I didn't ask for. Destiny totally lost that debate, by the way. Wait, what debate? What debate? You said he lost that debate. What is that debate? Oh, was I just on a... No, this hadn't even loaded yet. Oh, this one? They both lost. They both fucking lost the debate. Like, I would say that, like, he was closer to being correct on a lot of things than she was, but they both fucking lost that. That was a wild one. Annika? Is that Anna Kasparian? Like, who's Annika? That would almost make sense. Anaka? Annika? What? Who is Annika? Annika Harris appreciation thread. I have no idea if it was common knowledge that Sam's wife chastised Bill Maher. That's what I thought when he brought up Annika. I thought, is that his wife or something? Like, it sounds like the way that he's saying this, it almost sounds like it's his wife, because when he says right after, like, oh, I had nothing to do with that. I've been in this scenario a number of times. Mantis likes to go off on other streamers, and they're like, bro, I don't know if we got beef. I'm like, whoop. I got nothing to do with this. I am totally innocent here. With Taylor Lorenz, I would say, I don't know. I don't know if you saw my review of it yesterday, but yeah, he was way off on a bunch of shit. I keep looking at this. I can't tell if that's her butt hanging out. Oh yeah, that's her butt hanging out. Okay.
Okay, Sam, we have a lot to get into today. And obviously, I want to get your thoughts on Douglas Murray, our buddy who appeared on Joe Rogan's podcast last week. Feels like it was a month ago.
Yeah.
I want to also ask you about the financial luminaries who have praised the handling of Trump's tariffs. We'll get into that as well.
The art of the deal, Bill Ackman, the art of the deal.
The art of the deal.
Yeah.
We will also discuss our friend Bill Maher's. We're going to get into all that, Sam. I could just tell you're ready to go. We're going to discuss.
That's what I'm looking for. I want to see what he said about Bill Maher.
The celebrity that he is, right? And we can get to Bill Maher in a second, but I mean, it's the fact that he's a good hang is not relevant given his track record, given what we already know he has done to our politics. And any journalist, I mean, this is why it's so dangerous, I mean, and irresponsible. The fact that the biggest media journalism.
Clarify some of the confusion around freedom of speech versus responsibility and what you are really wanting these platforms to do. And then next, if you can talk about the maybe some confusion around expertise. I do have some more questions there, but why don't you start with that?
It doesn't look like they ever get to Bill Maher. It doesn't look like they ever get to it. They say like, yeah, we'll get to Bill Maher like 3 different times, and then it doesn't look like they ever actually get to it. Yeah, it doesn't look like they ever actually get to it.
Yeah, well, I mean, so obviously probably the most misunderstood piece of, I think, dangerous, I mean, and irresponsible. The fact that the biggest media platforms in the world right now are providing an illusion of long form.
Clarify some of the questions.
In London right now, say that I think we're incredibly lucky in a question of around the primacy of the First Amendment and how good it is that we have it in America.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they ever get to it. It's weird.
Okay.
And but that's okay. We can make up there too.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't get editorial privileges on their emails.
I'm sure you don't. But my thing always was with you was like, I look up to you. There's so few people I look up to as, you know, the person who like doesn't make judgments based on emotions. And I can't find the logical argument for not having dinner with Trump. It's either that we have to isolate him, which is insane because he's the president of the United States.
I don't have an issue with Bill Maher having dinner with Trump. I don't have an issue with him going to the dinner. I have an issue with the way that he talked about it afterwards. Like this, it's again, I'm not calling Trump Hitler, okay? I'm not calling him Hitler. I know to everybody who's MAGA, all you'll hear is that I'm calling Trump Hitler. If you go to like a dinner with Hitler and afterwards you're just like, man, he was just such a nice guy. Like we were able to like sit and really chill and like have just like real conversation man to man, and it was really good. He's a good conversationalist and I enjoyed it, and I just wanted to say like he is actually a very likable guy, and I appreciated our time together in the conversation that we were able to have. And you just leave it at that. You don't go on to say something like, you know, And that's part of the problem with Hitler, is that like he's this like con man, like he's got this charm to him where he's able to really easily manipulate you, and like this is something that people need to be aware of and be wary of. And like if you never get to that part and instead you just leave it as just like, yeah, he's just such a great guy, man, that fucking Hitler, dude, really good talker, really enjoyable, like that to me is fucked up. Like I think that you need to maybe be a little bit more careful with the way that you're talking about shit, because you're making it sound like he's a great guy. Anybody who listens to you say this, they're going to hear, oh, this person thinks that Hitler's a great fucking guy. And so yeah, you should be a lot more careful with how you talk about this shit. But I don't know what's going on, but my mouse won't. I can't see my mouse. Okay. Yeah, I can't see my mouse. What the fuck is happening? I think TikTok fucked up my shit. I really do. I think it fucked up a lot of my stuff to where I just can't see things the way that I'm supposed to. I already X'd out of TikTok, so it should be gone. But I think it's still like messing up stuff because I can't see my mouse. That's annoying.
States, you know, scorched earth policy. No, nobody talked to him. Of course, people everyone has to talk to him, and half the country would love to talk to him. So that we can't isolate him.
Holy crap. My controller is stuck. I don't know if you guys can see this, but the analog is stuck all the way to the side. Oh, that's not good. Oh my goodness. Oh, it's really stuck. Oh shit. Okay. Well.
The other argument would be, well, you're elevating him. Elevating him? Like he's going to become president? This is insane also.
Yeah.
And the other argument was, you know, he would seduce me, which plainly that didn't happen because he's mad at me again.
All right, let's walk
so
through
to
this.
me, it's just the emotion of, I hate, and like, there's nothing you say. I hear you. I never miss a podcast. And when you go off on.
Oh, it's broken. Oh shit, it's actually broken. Oh, fuck.
On Trump, you do it in a more eloquent way, as you do about everything. And like, there's no place where I'm not shaking my head in agreement. You know, it's not that. I get all the critiques, and I, by the way, made a lot of them before anybody. I mean, I'm a little bored with the subject. I've done it.
Yeah.
I did Trump, you know, mob boss in 2016, okay? So, like, you know, I showed the tape of him jerking off two guys like 40 times, okay?
Yeah.
I wanted to go to this other level where we have this communication. And there was an article in the New York Times 2 days ago.
It is funny. There was, like, if you guys don't know, the day that, like, Trump bombed Iran, he came out with a tweet just saying, like, how successful they were and they bombed Iran and blah, blah, blah. And then for like the next 5 hours, it's just nothing but tweets about what a fucking loser Bill Maher is. Like, that's all it was. It's just like, bro, you just started a fucking war. You just killed like tons of people and leaders of nations and shit. And you're sitting there spurging out on the internet about fucking Bill Maher right now. Like, we just live in such a weird world right now, man. We live in such a weird world. Like, imagine hearing that another leader did this. Imagine hearing that, like, a leader of another country, that they go and they bomb another, like, major leader on another continent, kill tons of people, kill the leaders, and just are getting ready to have, like, this massive regime change and a long process in front of them. And they spent the entire night going after a comedian talk show host. Like, they spent the whole night just like going off on social media about a comedian talk show host. It is just something that you would put in a comedy just to like make somebody look just super like unaware, sociopathic, like just totally clueless as to what they look like. Like that's what you would do to make somebody look just like the dumbest motherfucker of all time. And that's literally what Trump did. He just spent the whole night just on a full-on fucking rampage. I think somebody said it was like 17 fucking Truth Social posts about him.
About the
I could be
Prime
wrong on
Minister
the
of
number, but it was a lot.
Finland. His name is Alexander. I'm not sure how you pronounce this. Stubb, not Stubb.
You're not going to get any help from me.
I never heard of him. Anyway, he was a golfer, so he golfs.
I never heard of
I mean, the
him.
New York Times. This is not a quote. This is the Times saying they don't always agree, but Trump listens. That's what I found, and like I got so much shit for it. No, the answer is not less people like me talking to him. It's more people like me.
That part, so I'm genuinely uncertain about this. So a couple of things are clear to me, and some things are just not.
Making Trump sound like somebody who listens is the problem. Like making him sound like a reasonable person, making him sound like somebody who's capable of like really empathizing and understanding, and that he's going to take your concerns into consideration. I fixed my controller, by the way. I fixed it all the way around. Honestly, you can't even tell that there was a problem before. Like, there were 2 pieces that were broken out of this, and I have no idea how it got like that, and I have no idea if it's gonna work correctly, but as of right now, it seems perfectly fine. We'll see. But yeah, like, the issue was that he was just making him sound like such a reasonable guy, and that he really cares, and like, it was absolutely ridiculous the way that he went about it.
It all clear to me. But first, I think your audience might be confused about what we're talking about in terms of how you and I got sideways here. So, you had your dinner with Trump. You got an immense amount of shit for it. You gave your postmortem on your show. You got an immense amount of shit for that, and
from a certain quarter.
I seem to be echoing a lot of that pain you were getting. And so what happened on my podcast, I was reacting to many things at once. I was reacting to a lot of the podcast bros who had Trump on their podcast, and Joe Rogan and Theo Vaughn and Andrew Schultz and the rest. And I thought performed really irresponsible interviews where they just kind of midwifed his lunacy and made election denialism seem all too plausible, et cetera. And I think probably got him elected in the end, or were among the things that got him elected. But so I was reacting to that, and then I was reacting to you. And my reaction to you, I think, got a little topspin from my prior paragraphs.
Well, now I'm reacting to you, reacting to him, reacting to your reaction to him.
Reacting to others. And so the thing you, I think, were rightly pissed off about was that because, I mean, as a friend, you could expect me to give the clearest and most charitable possible framing of the thing you did, and not make obvious errors and leave shit out to your disadvantage.
No, I wrote you and I said, just can you at least wait to see how I behave now after the dinner?
But I wasn't criticizing. I never thought you were going to soft pedal him going forward. I just
Then what is the argument?
Here's the argument. I think it's a truly a no-win situation you walked into. Now, I completely understand why it seemed like the right thing to do, and I'd be interested to know if in retrospect you think it seems like the right thing to do.
It's only a no-win with the people who hated me already. The blue sky crowd.
But Sam Harris is not that person. I'm not that person. Like, I don't hate Bill Maher. I think he's obnoxiously fucking, like, I talked about this earlier. Like, what a lot of people do with me, where they try to say that I'm like, I try to have the optics of being super fair and that like sometimes I may not even agree with something, but I'll still try to lend credence to the thing just to look like I'm fair and have the optics of fairness. I don't ever do this. I don't do this. Like I'm genuinely like making logical arguments that I think are true and that I think are right. But I do see that with Bill Maher. I do feel like he goes out of his way to not be, you know, this. He goes out of his way to try to seem like not super partisan or not too partisan or something like that. I think that he's he says just really fucking stupid shit fairly often. That's brain-breakingly dumb, but yeah.
But look at
Who
the
don't like you
aftermath with
either.
him. Oh, yeah. I know. I've never been there, but
and
yeah.
that's okay.
Yeah.
We wear that as a badge of honor.
Here's the clearest case for me. So to look at the people who have been serving in the first term, served in the administration, like the serious people who were not from Trumpistan, who served.
McMaster.
Yeah, McMaster, Milley, McRaven, all the M's.
Well, Crystal.
Yeah. These are serious people with serious reputations to protect. They were, and it was easy to see how they thought they were going to be the adults in the room and prevent bad things from happening and change the presidency in some way.
I'm not a cabinet member. I'm just a comic who had...
Well, no, which they did. I mean, which they did. Again, I've mentioned this a ton of times that like there were a bunch of people who spent the entire first administration just trying to slow Trump down, trying to stop him, trying to convince him of other things, trying to make sure that like he wasn't doing the dumbest thing possible. Like there were a ton of people who did this, and they did a decent job at dissuading him or blocking him or confusing him, or like this is a thing that's been like a big talking point for MAGA, is they think that a lot of these people like General Milley should be tried for treason. Like this is part of the calculus for a lot of those folks, is that a lot of them do think that Trump was stopped in too many ways to where he should there should be some retribution there.
Dinner with him. I didn't think I'm going to change the pot.
This is like a more extreme case of what you did, which is the argument is it's better to talk to the guy. I mean, if I'm not talking to the guy, you've got some lunatic like Pam Bondi talking to the guy.
I said things to him, trust me, that Stephen Miller never says.
Exactly. So that's the same temptation. The temptation you felt, I think, is the same temptation of McMaster saying, if I'm not going to do it, you're going to get some true believing lunatic, get some grifting podcast host who just came in here, who's building his brand in Trumpistan.
I'm glad he's talking to the president of Finland, who sounds like a very reasonable guy. And I'm glad he had Mandami to the Oval Office, and suddenly maybe we should deport this guy tomorrow, became... he's an interesting... I mean, look, I'm not saying you can take the crazy out of the equation. I'm just saying he's there. He's not going anywhere. You can't isolate him. You can't elevate him. You have to deal with the person who is there, who is, the people that you're humanizing him. He's a human. Can I just be upfront about that? He is a human with great flaws.
Yeah, I don't like people saying like, "Oh, you shouldn't be humanizing him." Like I think that is the correct term to use. Like in a lot of cases when we talk about like people who are looked down upon, we'll say that like we'll have normal conversations with those folks and like, talk about their problems and their fears and their like, you make them personable to where we say you're humanizing them. Like, but when you say you shouldn't humanize Trump, yeah, what people hear is that you don't think he's human. Like that's what a lot of people hear, and it's a really bad way to fucking say it. That is not the way that you should be describing this, is like don't humanize Trump. Like that's not the way to say it. But it is like technically that is the way that we would normally use this terminology. And yeah, it does make sense that people would say that. It's just, it doesn't sound good. It's no bueno.
Laws which we've all recognized. But it is a human you have to deal with, and it's better to deal with. There is no there to the other side. The other side is just, no, we go sit at the lunch table and we don't invite him over. Well, no, it's just silly.
Okay, so there was one thing that was genuinely confusing about your summary of the dinner, right? Which I could see how, why you got the backlash, and because there was a very bright, shiny object in what you said that you didn't seem to see. You didn't anticipate it was going to have the effect it had, which is when you said, "Listen, I've met the man behind closed doors. He's not crazy. He's not crazy the way you think. He's not who you think he is, right?" And
I can give you the exact quote because I wrote it.
Yeah, go for it.
A crazy person doesn't live in the White House.
Right.
A person who plays a crazy person on TV lives in the White House.
Right.
And I'm not the only one to have said that.
Yeah, exactly. But so you.
Oh, okay. Other people said something fucking stupid as well. Good job. Well done.
And it's not clear whether the subtext of what you were saying was, this is less scary, but the
to me it is.
Right. But the way it landed with your audience, or much of your audience, is, I'm not sure that's not more scary or more evil.
But but again, I could read you the exact words. I can't. No, it's not my responsibility if I say words and it doesn't.
This is something that I say pretty regularly. Like Trump, I will still continue to call him an idiot, to call the things he does stupid, but he's not a stupid person. Like, he's really not. That this is like the bigger problem with Trump and who he is and what he does, is that he's actually not a fucking moron. Like, he seems to actually play an idiot. And it's not just like me repeating what it is Bill Maher said. It seems like he is truly playing an idiot. This is one of the biggest realizations that I had a while ago, is that like Trump, obviously he talks like a caveman, right? He talks like a fucking, child caveman, just speaks in like dumb, simple terms that like make him sound like he just learned fucking English or some shit. But, the issue is that one day he was doing this video, and it was some sort of like, hey, hello. It was some sort of like interview thing where they were following him around during his campaign, and he was sitting and listening to Kamala Harris give a speech. And while he's listening to Kamala Harris give a speech, he's sitting there laughing and like enjoying himself and just like talking to the people who are all sitting there on the couch with him and just having a normal conversation with these people, sounding like a normal person. Like the way that he talked, he was not talking like Trump. He was not talking like a child caveman or cave boy or whatever. Like he wasn't doing that. And it sounded weird. It sounded like you're listening to just a totally different person. And then I realized, I was like, oh, wait, Trump didn't always talk like this, did he? I totally forgot. Like, it's been so long since I've heard him talk like a normal person. I totally forgot. He used to talk like a normal person. He used to be a lot closer to like just a normal person. And then after that, I went back and looked at like some of the clips of him on The Apprentice, and he had like full conversations with people regularly, to where, yeah, he was able to talk like a normal fucking person and not like a fucking child caveman. And then he sits there, and while he's talking to this woman in this original like interview or whatever it was, like it wasn't an interview, it was like a documentary where they just like followed him around. He starts telling the woman across, like sitting next to him, what he wants her to tweet out on his Twitter account. And he's literally like dumbing down the language all of a sudden, out of nowhere. he's back to caveman speech. Out, like, it's just like this weird, like, switch where all of a sudden he's back to like, oh, say billions and billions. And then say sad at the end. Say sad. And like it's just like he's playing a fucking character. It seems obvious. Like he's playing a character. He knows that his constituents are fucking idiots. He knows that they're dumbasses, and he knows that he needs to be as dumb as fucking possible to like speak to them and to appease them and to like you know, be a rich guy that's like on their side and one of them. Like that's the way that he views poor people. That's the way that he views them, is that as these like caveman-esque dumbasses. And so this is what he does, is he plays this fucking character to be palatable for the fucking peasants. And so yeah, this like drastically changed my entire perspective on who Trump is, what he's doing, what he does, like how he does it. Like this just totally changed everything in aspects of like how I assess him as a person. And I do think that yes, he is just more evil now. Like to me, he is not just like the goofy fucking you're fired guy, but he is fuck, go bitch. Holy shit. So yeah, I don't even like when he is crazy. He is a nut job. And I think that like it is probably best to continue portraying him that way, because that's the way he comes off. He does and says stupid fucking shit. And that's how you talk about somebody who does and says stupid fucking shit. You talk about them as a fucking dumbass. Like that's how that's how they portray themselves. So that's how you talk about them. But I do think that yes, there just happens to be a lot more going on up there that is actually, it makes things worse. It makes things like scarier and a lot more evil seeming.
Register.
That's why I'm saying
people
this.
are too emotional about it, so it doesn't land in. I said a number, because I just reread it because you were coming here.
Yeah.
I said a number of times, I'm just reporting this.
I get it.
I didn't let him off the hook, even then, with the things I don't like that he does. But I just said, I'm just reporting this. You make of this what you will. What I'm not going to do is lie and say, I met Shrek at the White House. I didn't, and I'm fully aware that one of these is an act, if not both. I don't know what goes on in his mind. I mean, plainly, I've said it a million times, I think he...
See? Yeah, when he says, one of these is an act, if not both. Like... Yes, because you're getting drastically different versions of Trump. You're getting drastically different versions of him. One of the other things we listened to is an interview with him from a while ago. Totally different person, dude. He is a totally different motherfucker. It is so hard to like look at who he's become and then look back at who he used to be and make sense of this. Like, it is just like the idea of his presidency being a con is something that I don't normally say, but it is turned out to be just so insanely true in just terms of the fucking reality of the situation. It has turned out to be just the truest fucking thing.
He has a case of malignant narcissism. If I was doing a Shakespearean drama about this, I would, where a tragedy always includes the idea that the main character has a tragic flaw. Hamlet couldn't make up his mind. Trump's tragic flaw is he cannot take criticism, which is a terrible flaw in politics.
You're welcome.
So anytime you hear something that's anything less than flattery,
I want your first daughter. She's mine now. Because I saved your life.
it's going to be a problem. And yet, on this night in private, that was not the case. Now, you know, we can do this. Should I go to the White House? Who wouldn't take that offer up, please? It's it's a private dinner with the president. Just stop it. Secondly, when I come back, should I lie about it? I didn't. Many times
honestly,
as
I wouldn't take that. I could not have taken that invitation.
Yeah, that's you.
But that's the thing. It's like it's not. I completely understand why you went. I mean, it's totally convincing.
But I honestly feel like your position is not someone who wants to actually make the country better.
Well,
it's someone who just wants to wallow in Trump hate,
Well,
which is fun to wallow in.
You know I want.
Ooh, that's a fucking shot, bro. That's a shot. Like, just 2 minutes ago, he's saying how much he respects Sam Harris. Just a minute ago, he's saying how much he respects Sam Harris and that, like, this is one of the people that he really cares about what they think. And now just a minute later, he's saying, yeah, but you don't even want to make the country better. You just want to wallow in your Trump hate. Like, sheesh, dude. Those seem to be opposites to me, I would think. I don't know. I mean, it's hard to square those two positions. That seems weird. That was creepy. Well, we'll see. Whenever he has a daughter, we'll see.
I want to make the country better, and I'm not wallowing in anything. What I'm seeing is the possibility of that errand backfiring. Right?
How?
The way it backfired in your case. I mean, it backfired. Well, talk about the aftermath. I mean, he's now attacking you for having come,
proving my point that I never pulled a punch, never stopped doing my job. There was never a deal on the table that
what was accomplished?
He says that it proving my point. I feel like he's arguing with a fucking straw man. I don't know anybody who said that they thought that he had turned MAGA. Like, who the fuck said this? Was this a real thing, chat? Was there anybody saying that, like, he went MAGA? That they thought that he was gonna, like, vote for Trump now or something like that? Like, is that a real thing? Because that's what he's arguing against here when he keeps saying, like, proving my point that I never changed. Like, who the fuck said that you changed your politics or that, like, you know, oh, but I never pulled a punch. Who thought that you were becoming pro-Trump? Who thought this? Whoever said this? It's so annoying. Like, he's just arguing with a fucking straw man. I've gotten a lot of really good shit. I should get the fuck out of here, but this is what I always do, is every time I get really good shit. You're what? Whoa, dude, I almost shot you.
I got you. I try to get under here. I promise.
Okay. I don't trust this guy. He's got a voice changer thing on there that makes it to where he sounds different, and I feel like those people always turn out to be fucking rats, but we'll see.
Was anything accomplished? It just seems like a lot of pain.
It was. Look, I don't read my social media. So, I mean, I know you gave up that, which is
That's good.
a big part of your life.
Yeah, yeah.
I was never there.
Right.
So, pain, you know, all I hear is when I go out in public, I walk into a restaurant and 20 people come up to me and say, thank God for you. And for keeping it down the middle, and for being honest to both sides. No, I know there are people probably sitting in that restaurant thinking, oh, there's the asshole who had dinner with Trump. And I know in this town, the super woke show business community, like most of them don't like me for that. But I don't feel like that is a sophisticated position that I have to respect. Again,
that's...
So yeah, this isn't like, again, he is just really downplaying this to like to where he's not engaging with the actual criticism, and I don't feel as though like Sam is really even doing a good job at trying to correct it. Like, he's not talking about like what his real criticism was there, or what the real problem was in this scenario. He's not really explaining this in a way that is helpful at all. It's kind of annoying.
That's not sophisticated, but I mean, there's no one who should be angry at you for doing that. The fact that you did it is totally understandable. I'm just saying that it was like, I mean, honestly, this is like a jump ball situation. It's not clear to me what should or could happen here. But my intuition is there's no, just for me personally, it's completely foreseeable that would be a failed project, and I would come back, and my recounting of it would be, of course I was charmed by the guy. He's normal behind closed doors. He's a great host. You know, his vibes were surprisingly good. Like, and communicating all of that. The reason why none of that lands the way you might think is.
Didn't land with you. Land with a lot of other people.
Well, I'm talking about the blowback.
It didn't land with the Hollywood community.
Right.
That's a very small sliver. I promise you, I walk with this face in public. I hear what people say. It landed with a lot of people, even in this woke town. So,
all right. Well,
and again, it wasn't about the fact that he's charming. It's about the fact that I was able to have a human conversation with him without the bluster, without the "how dare you" or what we're back to.
Okay, but how
calling me a jerk?
Do you think you had a human conversation with him, given the way he's spun the conversation since?
No, but he. First of all, again, we have been in communication since then. This is a year later.
Right.
So for a year, instead of just trading insults publicly, you know, that thing I have up there with all the insults that he signed, my prized possession, instead of that, there was a dialogue. Dialogue is always better. And, you know, as long as there's a spark of a chance that you can reach the part of him that's at least listening or reasonable, or, I mean, people have done it. He was going to send troops to San Francisco, and the mayor talked to him instead of just holding up a sign that said, fuck Trump. Like, that's doing anything? To me, it's just childish. If you think that is what is the, I'm not saying you are the person, but Katie Porter held up a sign, fuck Trump, and people cheer. And, you know,
$134,000. Let's freaking go.
And you saw Jasmine Crockett just lost the primary in Texas. That tells me people are not on that page. They threw her out for a Democrat who's on the page of, let's just work together, do what we can, do our best with a guy who's not easy to talk to, but not impossible.
Right. Okay.
Not impossible, and talking is better.
Well, let's take
the other side has absolutely no upside.
Okay, but
none.
Let's take this off your case, and it's a similar case. I mean, there's a slightly different, but this makes the same point for me. When I look at how the business community, like the elite business leaders, like the heads of the most valuable companies,
different case. They were ass kissers.
Yeah. Okay. So, but in their minds, they're telling themselves a story of, he's the president of the United States. Of course I have to go to the White House. Of course I have to do business with him. I've got a fiduciary duty to my shareholders. This is an opportunity. If I can sway him even slightly, I should. They have a similar story in their heads.
No, they don't, because they lied and they kissed his ass, and I contradicted him. When he came out, that's the most important part of this.
Yes,
I did not kiss ass.
You should get full credit for speaking truth to power. I've totally conceded that point, but I'm saying that this is part of a larger picture of, quote, normalizing a guy who's not normal. He's president, but he's not normal.
But he's.
Normalizing is a much better word than humanizing. That is much better. Yes, normalizing him and making him seem like a good person or anything like that is the bigger issue here.
Yeah.
But he's there. We have to work with the normal, whatever normal we have.
But now you sound like Jeff Bezos, right? Within that purview, right? I'm not. Flattery aside. We have to work with the president we've got.
Jeff Bezos gave him a documentary. I didn't give him anything. I didn't give him anything except shit when he said, I'm upset that, you made fun of my father and said I fucked an orangutan. And I was like, yeah, I don't apologize for that. That's because that was satire in response to you saying that Obama.
But I'm saying when you came back on your show,
it was racist, and
when you came back on your show and said this is not as scary as you thought, he's a different guy.
That's my opinion.
Okay, it's understandable to me that you got pain for that. Again, there was unfair pain, and then there's genuine moral confusion about how to navigate this moment.
And that's not my job, and I made very clear. I was not saying that was my job. I'm saying it was called a book report. I'm just reporting to you what happened. You make of it. And people did not have the agency to do that for themselves because it's just too tempting to just hate. I get it, and that's fine. But if you keep raising this point about pain, I didn't feel a lot of pain. The people who don't understand this, I don't respect anyway.
Yeah.
Well, and so they also left the building a long time ago. Those are not this is, there's two wings of the Democratic Party, which
shut the fuck
this
up,
race in Texas the other day was absolutely all about. You have the Jasmine Crockett wing, you have the wing that says, go no contact. Go no contact. This is the beef I had with Jimmy Kimmel. Which
I actually didn't follow. I didn't.
Jasmine Crockett is the woke moralist? Jasmine Crockett is the fucking woke moralist that is like splitting up the party? What? He is off his fucking rocker, dude. He is actually, this guy, he is just sitting and screaming at the clouds right now. This is wild.
I was very respectful, but I just quoted his wife who went public saying, she wrote her relatives a letter saying why you should never vote for Trump, and some of them did not. And so, Thanksgiving, I'm sorry, we just can't do it. And got very mad at me.
She broke up with half her family?
Something like that. Yeah. I mean, this is, again, by her words. I'm not on that page. I'm not.
I thought she just said, I don't remember what it was, but I thought it was a little bit different than that. Maybe I'm wrong, but I could have sworn that she just talked about like getting in a fight with them over some of this shit.
In that wing
of
the Democratic Party, that you go no contact, that you break off contact, it just does not work. It doesn't make sense. It's just pointless.
So is there anyone you've talked to on this show or on Real Time where you regret the contact, where you think that conversation probably shouldn't have happened?
Which contact? Which conversation?
I mean, no, I'm asking, is there anyone who you've brought on, Matt Gaetz or whoever you've had here?
Oh, I see.
Where you think, that's probably, that served that guy's purpose in a way that was detrimental and it's not good for, if I could do it again, I wouldn't do it.
Lance Armstrong was pretty boring.
But so boredom is the sin. Okay, I'm not talking about that sin. Okay, that's worse. Boredom is worse, I'll grant you. But I'm talking about the fall of the United States. So,
no. I mean, I had Laura Trump here. I had Charlie Kirk here. I mean, you've talked to some of these people. I talked Matt Gaetz. No, none of them.
None of. Oh,
And you wouldn't?
Well, I've talked to some. Who have I talked to? Well, back in the day, I mean,
you didn't think Charlie Kirk was worth talking to?
No, I would have. No, I wouldn't say that. I was just wondering if there's anyone if this has ever been falsified, this notion that conversation's always good. Because I've had a few podcasts where
there are people who I wouldn't have conversations with.
Yeah,
no, but the head of the Klan.
Right.
I mean, there's no middle ground there. There's no explaining.
Except when somebody gets bad enough, then it suddenly becomes
Fuentes.
Safe. So you wouldn't talk to Nick Fuentes?
I would not.
Right. Okay.
No.
Yeah.
And I did Kanye and wouldn't air
Would
it.
you?
As soon as Bill got woke on building his shed, wait, what? What is that is that supposed to be some sort of like an analog or something? I don't get it.
Interesting. Would you speak to Tucker?
I would have to, because he's too influential, and I'm too curious as to my ability to possibly expose what the scam is with him, because it can't be that he really thinks this.
Yeah. Did you watch
it? What is your assessment of that? I'm talking about the Jew hating.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean,
is it really just that everybody has this? Not everybody, but so many of the people we just never thought of it. Candace Owens and Kanye and Megyn Kelly and lots of these. Is it that the Jew hating was always living right below the surface? It's a little like the herpes virus. You know, you get it as a kid when you get chicken pox. It lives in your body. It doesn't come out. It cannot come out till you get shingles later in life. And then the Jew hating, just like the shingles, it's the same virus. Is that what it is? Because, like, the permission that people have in the world today to hate Jews openly is so different than even a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago. It's literally like I hated Jews before it was cool.
Yeah.
In some quarters.
Oh, that is.
I mean, Tucker is very. I mean, he's a very interesting case because he's.
For sure. We have these people who come on regularly who are like, bro, I've been talking about the Jews forever, and all of a sudden all these other people just decide to get on board. These leftists were calling us Nazis before. Now all of a sudden they agree with us. Like, yep, you were a fucking blanking on the term I'm looking for. Oh fuck. What is happening there? What the fuck? No! Ah, fuck, I'm dead.
I mean, have you watched all these interviews? Did you watch the Nick Fuentes interview? And
never seen anything.
Yeah. Did you?
I just read the news.
Did you watch him with Huckabee? You didn't watch
Fuck
that?
no.
Okay.
But I read about it.
So the Huckabee.
I can read the quotes. I have to see him.
Yeah. So I don't know if this.
Defib. I'm in a safe space. Or can you get me to the extract? I'm about to die. I'm seconds away from dying. Can I get a... Can I get a stabilize? Oh, you fucking rock, dude. You're the fucking best. Holy shit. Here, let me give it back to you. I got a couple. Oh, are you gone? I brought you one. No? Thank you. Hell yeah. Let's fucking go.
This was brought out in any of the coverage, but the most fascinating thing about that interview from my point of view is that Tucker found...
That would have been really bad. I literally had a fucking a snap hook in my quick use there. That would have been really, really bad. A snap hook and a photoelectric cloak. Oh, there he is. Fuck. All right, he's too far now. Damn.
Found in his just diehard commitment to attacking Israel, he found a kind of theology, which it may be well subscribed that I'm just not aware of, that puts significant daylight between him and evangelical Christianity, or what is generally considered, fundamentalist Christianity in America. He attacked Huckabee for defending the Old Testament in any way. So in the Old Testament, I think in Genesis 15 it says that the Jews should get the land between the Euphrates and the Nile, which is like everything in the Middle East, right? And so Tucker said to Huckabee, "You mean to tell me you'd be okay with Israel conquering Lebanon and Syria and Iraq and
part of Egypt?"
Yeah, and Huckabee's like, "Well, they're not intending to do that now." And he said, "Yeah, but if they did it, would it be okay?" And Huckabee said, "Well, yeah, I mean, it's in the Bible." And so just hung himself on the Bible. But Tucker knew he had to do that. Right. He knew he couldn't say, "Oh yeah, the Old Testament's bullshit," right? But Tucker was really saying the Old Testament's bullshit. I'm a believing Christian. Right. I'm just as much of a Bible thumper as you.
Right.
But my theology is different. My theology is pure New Testament. The Old Testament, it's got genocide in it. It's just insanity. Kill the Amalekites. That's barbarism. This is just, but it's from that frame that he can say, I got nothing in common with the Jews. The Jews just killed Christ. I mean, to leave aside the fact that Jesus was Jewish and the Virgin Mary was Jewish, all the apostles were Jewish, leave that aside. The Jews are just, hummus-eating Christ killers, and maybe they killed Charlie Kirk, but it was amazing. It was either amazingly cynical or I don't know if it was heartfelt, but what was fascinating to me is that he knows his audience. He's got an audience that is ready to say, fuck the Old Testament.
Well, the problem is that he won't. Tucker Carlson won't even say fuck the Old Testament. He'll say, I was just asking a question. Like, I don't know. I never even thought about it. I'm not saying, like, that is exactly what fucking Tucker will do, where he'll act as though he doesn't have a position on this, because you can't, like, it doesn't make sense to be a Christian but then just, like, not believe in any of the Old Testament, like, or in any form or any like that. It just he'll act as though, like, he literally never thought about it, doesn't have a position, he was just curious as to what it was, what's his name's position was on it, Huckabee's position was on it. So yeah, it's annoying because he won't actually take a position.
Right, and fuck you, Mike Huckabee, and fuck all you evangelicals who care about the Old Testament and Israel.
Did I do Jordan Peterson there?
We don't like any of this. It's all Christ is king, and that's all we need to say, and it's America first.
How do you deal? I mean, you're the mind guy. How do you deal with this sort of cognitive dissonance where, I mean, if you get into the stuff we read about and hear about and podcasts and this, it does seem like the world is completely insane and spinning out of control. But your actual life, I imagine, is quite good.
Yeah, that's a very weird
I mean, you almost
split
got,
screen situation. Yeah.
Right. You almost got burned out of the fire with
Yeah,
the power.
yeah.
Right. Is that right?
It was close. Yeah, yeah.
Close. Like everybody beside you died or something.
No, not quite died, but yes, no. Many houses close to us burned. Yeah.
Right.
On 3 sides of us. Yeah.
Wow. Have any been rebuilt?
No. I think one hasn't even been cleaned up. That's another story. But we've since moved. I mean, it was we're not back there. So.
But that does say something about bureaucracy, democratic government, California.
Yeah.
Don't you think a year later
there's a fair amount of dysfunction there? Yeah.
Something should have been.
Yeah.
I mean, don't you think a functioning society?
But to your original question,
Okay.
I mean,
Right.
you and I share this. I mean, we spend a lot of time meditating on how fucked up the world is and how this risk mounting, to terrifying degrees in various ways, and yet our lives are amazingly good, and so there's a very high level of well-being and a very high level of concern for everything.
I mean, I always say, the people who come up to me at restaurants, Bill, what are we going to do?
Yeah.
And I'm like, go back and finish your $800.
Have the lasagna. Yeah.
What up?
I was literally.
Yeah, Bill's like, I'm not going to do anything. My life's fucking awesome. I don't know what you're going to do, but I'm not doing anything. Shit, where did it go?
At a party where they were having something, I think it was chicken sticks that were glazed with caviar. And someone said, what are we going to do? I'm like, have another thing glazed with caviar. That's
shit.
But what is, as the mind man, what is your advice? What should I say to the people who say, what are we going to do? Instead of being so snarky.
We're doing what we can do. I mean, I think there's a connection. There should be a connection between personal well-being and public responsibility. I mean, I think you and I have a responsibility to try to use our platforms and our connections in whatever good ways we can to make the world a better place. I mean, I think to be purely selfish and to be in a bunker just eating yet more caviar, that would seem like a moral failure.
Is it harder to meditate when there's a lot of shit going on in the world? Is it harder to clear? No, no matter what's going on, it's the same level of ease to clear your mind?
Yeah, well, I mean, for me,
that's the point of meditation.
I mean, honestly, suffering is kind of like a meditation alarm. Like, so when I get, anxious or worried, I mean, whether it's a personal situation or a public one, it's kind of like a mindfulness alarm that goes off. And so the place where I can be more reliably asleep is when everything's fine and I'm just, figuring out, what I want to eat in this restaurant that I want to be in.
So it is easier when shit isn't hitting the fan.
No, it's easier to be. So when things start to get uncomfortable, then I recognize, okay, it's time to wake up and pay attention. So.
I thought I totally misunderstood that. I was like, wait, I thought he said the exact opposite. What the fuck? How did I get so confused to where I misunderstood that badly? All right.
I mean, no. Again, I'm not the one to talk about meditation. I certainly have tried it. I've certainly listened to you. I mean, you have to admit, some people it's harder to have a harder time. Some people go easy with it. I've heard it said that the people who can't be hypnotized are the same people who have trouble meditating, and I could not be hypnotized, and I wanted to be. We were doing a bit for religious, but it didn't happen. Okay, so when you clear your mind,
Oh, shit.
Welcome, everybody. My name is David Wilkins. I'm the faculty director of the Center on the Legal Profession, and we are thrilled to have all of you here for a conversation between Professor Alex Whiting and Jack Smith. The Center on the Legal Profession, for those of you who don't know, does exactly what its name suggests. We study the profession that all of you, in one way or another, even if you don't practice law, will be joining. We do a series of empirical research projects, we do conferences, and one of the most important things we do is we try to bring important speakers from a diverse range of backgrounds and viewpoints across the profession to come talk to you about their careers. So in our speaker series, we've had public servants like Brian Stevenson, Anne-Marie Slaughter. We've had leaders of the corporate bar like Kenneth Frazier, the former CEO of Merck, Brad Smith from Microsoft. We've had the Chief Justice of India, Viet Din, the former general counsel of
Where you at,
Fox
bro?
News. We've had a whole range of speakers.
Where? Okay, I'm trying to get to you. Keep talking. Ah, fuck. Hold on. Hold on. Yes, sir. Somebody picked me up earlier, so I had to make sure I came found you.
And our goal is really to try to give you an opportunity to both see and engage with leading practitioners.
Thank you.
Many of whom have gone to this very law school. And that is not the only reason we're proud to have Jack here, but it is one. And I have to say, I'm particularly proud because I taught him civil procedure in 1991. And I'm even prouder he still speaks to me after I taught him civil procedure in 1991.
This guy reminds me of an actor. I think he's in like one of the teachers in American Pie or something like that. What the fuck is happening there? Oh shit, I'm out of ammo. Well, that's not good. He reminds me of some actor. But I can't remember like his name or anything. I think he was one of the teachers in Boy Meets World as well. You guys know who I'm talking about?
So as I said, you're not here to see me or hear from me. So I'm just going to give a few basic ground rules I hope that you will all observe. Please no video or audio recordings. The event is scheduled to begin now and will end at 2 o'clock, I'm sorry. But we know that many people may have classes. I am not encouraging you to not go to your class. So if you have to go and get up at 1:15 or 1:20, please feel free to do so. There are QR codes, as you can see here, where you can submit questions. And obviously we won't be able to get to all of them, but Alex has agreed to try to bring in some of the questions from the audience. And of course, most of all, and I really don't think I need to say this, but it's important, be respectful. One of the things that I know that Jack will talk about is the importance of respectful engagement as a kind of cornerstone of how he's tried to run his career and what he thinks is important for all of you. And it is certainly something that we here at Harvard Law School can try to model. So I hope everyone will engage in this important conversation in that spirit. With that, I just want to say a brief introduction to a man who needs no introduction. No, not you, Jack. Alex Whiting here. He's a legend in this community as well as he should be, a career prosecutor who's worked in many important international forums, including most recently special counsel, the special counsel's office at the U.S. Department of Justice as an assistant special counsel. And he's also been the Kosovo special prosecutor in the office in The Hague. And he's a brilliant teacher and a Natalie dressed guy. As you can see, we all got the memo. We are the Blues Brothers. So I turn it over to you, Alex. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Jack, welcome back to Harvard Law School.
Thank you very much. It's a very big honor to be here, and we were just talking earlier. My first class at Harvard Law School was Professor Wilkins' civil procedure, so it's really nice to be here and to come sort of full circle. So thank you for having me.
Help! I just killed the Rocketeer. I'm dead. I'm down. I'm on top. I'm about to die. I don't want to die. Somebody help me. Somebody help. Help me. I have my fucking snap hook in my quick use again. My snap hook is in my fucking quick use again. This is so fucked up, dude. When I jumped off, I was trying to jump onto like one of the things, one of the like hornets or whatever that were right below me, and I totally missed. Help! I'm down. I'm about to die. Help me! I got like 5 seconds left. Don't let me die. Don't let me die. Don't let them do this to me. Don't let the Ark win. Help! Help! Help me! I'm on top. I got like 5 seconds. Literally, I got like 5 seconds before I die. Okay, yeah, I'm dead. Fuck.
So Jack, a little more than a year ago,
Damn it, dude. I killed the Rocketeer, dude. I killed the fucking Rocketeer, and I could hear them looting it. I could hear them fucking looting the Rocketeer that I just climbed on top of and killed with a deadline. I could hear them fucking looting it, and you could see the other Ark turning yellow where the Rocketeer was dead. That's so fucked up, dude.
you left the special counsel's office in the Department of Justice. A few things have changed in that year. Do any of them concern you?
All right, I'm ending the vertical stream. If you guys want to continue watching, you got to head over to the other stream. Actually, nah, fuck that. I'm ending stream. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm gonna end stream. I did like 7 hours of TikTok before getting on, so I think it's time to just end stream. Well, actually, yeah, I'm just gonna end vertical stream. I'm gonna keep playing Ark for a while, but yeah, if you guys want to keep watching, head over to the other stream. All right.
You?
Yeah, so let me start where the perspective I come at that question from. I am not a political person. I am a career prosecutor. I spent 30 years serving the public as a prosecutor in every sort of prosecutorial role you could manage. A local prosecutor, national, international. I worked in the Department of Justice, and I think this is relevant to a lot of what we'll talk about today. I worked in Republican, Democrat, Republican, Democrat administrations over and over again. And I had leadership positions in Democratic and Republican administrations.
Damn it, dude, that was my only fucking snap hook. That was my only snap hook. I should have put it away, and I didn't. I switched it out for the I switched out like something else for the photoelectric cloak, and I shouldn't have. I should have switched out the snap hook. That was so fucked up. I should have put the snap hook back in my fucking safe pocket.
Over and over again. I was the chief of the public integrity section, supervising corruption cases around the country during the Obama administration. But I was the chief of criminal litigation in Brooklyn in the Bush administration. And then in President Trump's first administration, I held 2 different high-level positions, both as the acting U.S. attorney in Nashville, as well as working with Alex overseas as a State Department appointee at an international war crimes tribunal. So I come at it from a perspective of someone who's seen administrations change. It's seen the department and the sort of traditions that we've had for years and really decades. And top line, what we are seeing today is not normal. It's not normal. This is not the usual changes you see when one party or one administration has different priorities. And it does concern me. It concerns me because I see the traditions of the department being set aside because particular outcomes are wanted. I see people being targeted because of their opposition to the president or because he perceives them as an enemy. And I also see cases not being investigated, not looked at because of a fear where an investigation would take them. I think for me personally, I think one of the biggest concerns, and I think one of the ones that we should all be thinking more about, because we see the headlines of individual cases and that concerns us. But for me, I think one of the bigger concerns is the vilification of public servants. The hiring and firing in the Justice Department, I believe, has not gotten enough public attention because we don't really understand the full costs of it. You have public servants who have served for decades in administrations of both parties who are vilified because they are adhering to the ideals about why they became a prosecutor. And then conversely, you have people being brought into the Justice Department who don't believe in those ideals at all. There is, and I don't know how many of you know.
Who are these people? This is Jack Smith. He's the guy who was prosecuting Trump. And Trump has kind of lied about him and vilified him ever since, but he is, yeah, he's the one.
Know this, there is an advisor to the current Attorney General who, on January 6th, 2021, was at the Capitol telling fellow rioters to kill police officers. It's on video. That person is now advising our Attorney General. And I think that says a lot about where we are, that these public servants who served for decades are being vilified. And
when Trump was like running and talking about possibly pardoning the January 6ers, I can't tell you the amount of MAGA people that I talked to that all said that like they'll be really upset if he pardons people who attacked Capitol Police. Like they don't want the violent ones to be released, just the ones who were non-violent, which those people don't really exist in this scenario. But yeah, he obviously gave pardons to literally everybody, or at least drastically shortened their sentences in a way that is unbelievable. And yeah, no real pushback. Like all the same types of people seem to just still support him and still not really care about that part.
People like that are being elevated. So in answer to your question, yes, I do have concerns.
Okay, I want to step back for a moment because you said, you've talked about different administrations and changes in the department. You said this is not normal. with changes in administrations, there are changes in policies at the department, there are changes in personnel. How much of this is just elections have consequences?
Yeah, I think that's an important sort of foundational question to ask, because I think in the sort of like public looking at what happens every day, we sometimes just look at what we don't like, right? Like, I don't like that outcome, or I don't like what they're doing here. And I think that's the wrong focus. Elections do have consequences. And if a new administration or a new party wins an election, they get to decide policy. So if you win and you want to focus more on immigration enforcement and less on environmental protection, elections have consequences. That has to happen. If you want to focus less on corruption and more on fraud, you can do that. And I think sometimes people don't like the policy choices, and they confuse that with what I think of as the traditions of the department. The reality is, if you're someone, as a young person or a young lawyer, and you only want to work on policy things that you agree with personally and would vote for personally, you are probably not cut out to be a career prosecutor. That's probably not the best profession for you. My personal view is that if you want to be a career public servant in the Justice Department, you need to be willing and capable to carry out lawful policies of any administration. That's your job. Your job is not to set policy, it's to carry it out. And so I think that is something that we have to put to one side, but that's a very different thing than not following the traditions of the department.
So what's different? Tell us, now focus in on what's different now that's not just change in policy, change in personnel. What are the red lines?
Yeah, so a couple, I'll give you some examples, and then I can give you kind of some ways to think about it. You see career prosecutors, people who came up through the department like I did, you see them being fired or resigning because they don't want to investigate the family of a shooting victim, right? They don't want to charge senators and congressmen for exercising their First Amendment rights. They don't want to be part of a deal where we dismiss a case in hopes that a mayor will change his policies to be consistent with the president's policies. They're stepping down because those are not policy things. That's about doing the job the correct way. And those sort of examples that we've seen over the last year, I put them into two buckets or two categories that you can think about them. And the first is this, process versus outcomes. If you have a prosecutor who is so dead set on getting a certain outcome that they don't care how they get there, you should be very suspicious of that prosecutor. If part of the reason the Department of Justice works is the policies of the department have come about over years, right? They have been developed by people who have spent decades learning their craft, learning what works, learning what's fair. And when you start throwing that all out and you're like, I really don't care how we get there, we just need to charge this person, that's obviously dangerous. And you don't have to look far outside of our system to know that. When you look internationally, right, you've heard the term show trials, right? Stalin had show trials. The Nazis had show trials. More recently,
Show trials.
Alexei Navalny in Russia. These are trials where the outcome is not in question, right? And the process is whatever process is necessary to get to the outcome you want. And so when I evaluate the things that we're seeing today, I think about process and is there a process or is there an outcome? You look at the cases, for example, of Letitia James and James Comey. There was a message to the Attorney General, right, that wasn't supposed to be public but was, that said you have to go after these people. And then immediately after, they went after those people, even though the career prosecutor said there was no case. That's not process. That is, I want this particular outcome. You look at
Look, can I jump in on that one? And I want you to keep going with your example, so hold that. But on process outcome and targeting individuals, how are those examples different from cases where the department identifies certain individuals that they target for prosecution because they're they lead a gang, or they're terrorists, or they're or something like that, and they build a case, going to target that person, and they build a case against them? How is that different from Comey, Letitia James? Where's the line there?
Well, I think the beginning of your question kind of answers it. If there's a gang problem, then you're going to look at who the gang leader was. If you have a crime problem in the neighborhood, you're going to look at who's causing that crime problem. If you have a phenomena of crime, you're going to look who the leaders were who could have started that. In the Letitia James case, that is a mortgage fraud of that level. In my experience, I've never heard of that low a number ever being prosecuted, much less from, again, I don't know, I'm not in the department anymore, but the facts as I understand them are such that I've never heard of a case on those facts being brought. I've never heard, I've done this for 30 years. The department.
You said that low of a number. Was she being charged for like such a petty crime that it was pointless, or what is the low
having
number?
To go to multiple grand juries repeatedly to try to get an indictment of that nature. When you start seeing stuff like that, it's so counter to process. That's very, very different than.
So it's also about, process and outcome is also about why the person is being targeted. Or maybe process is a question of why they're being targeted and for what reasons. And there are legitimate reasons and illegitimate reasons.
That's for certain, but I guess what I'm saying is, in addition to that, when you see that there's a direction that we're going to get to this outcome, no matter what, generally what you'll see is that the prosecutors blow through all the normal processes you would get to that, because they can't be troubled, because those processes could stop you, right? If you're told to search somebody's house and you put together a search warrant and it turns out there's not probable cause to get that search warrant, well, that's a process problem, right, for you. You got to blow through that if you were told you're going to search their house no matter what. And I think
we were just doing this in class today, so very timely. For my students out there, very timely. Thank you. Yeah. That was not planted. Go ahead.
It was not. Oh. So I think these examples where you see process being put aside, and another way I think about process is, when I was in the department, things work from the bottom to the top, right? A line prosecutor, an apolitical, nonpartisan prosecutor, looks at the facts and the law and says, I want to go forward in this case. I need these approvals to take these investigative steps. I need these approvals. It doesn't come from the top down. It doesn't come, I want you to prosecute this person. Let me find someone who's willing to do that. And again, I think what I find really unusual, and as I said before, not normal, is you're seeing in many of these cases, they can't even get a prosecutor in the office where they're prosecuting the case to go in the grand jury or to do the work. If you're not in the Justice Department, that may seem like, well, I don't know, maybe that happens. I'm here to tell you that is not normal. That is not a thing that happens, and it's a sign that the normal processes are not being followed. The same thing, just again, going back to the James and Comey cases, my understanding from the reporting is that the local prosecutors there actually wrote a memo saying, here's the facts and the law, which is what should guide this, and there's no case. And despite that, they fired the chief prosecutor, who they had put in place to bring somebody in to prosecute a case who had never prosecuted a case before. Again, never heard of anything like that. It's a pretty good indication processes aren't being followed. The other point, if I could get to it, is the second point, and this would be for those of you in the audience who are ever thinking of being prosecutors and like to pursue that career. 2 words I have for you. 2 words that are as important as you will hear, and it's this: facts matter. The facts actually matter. And one of the things
what about alternative
that I
facts,
see
though?
in the Justice Department today is that that's not the case. And in fact, you see where there is a concern on the leaders of the department's part that those facts could lead them somewhere they don't want to go, they make sure those facts aren't followed. A good prosecutor goes where the facts take them. I can't tell you how many times in my career I've started an investigation with an understanding of certain facts, and a full investigation showed me that what I looked at originally, it didn't happen like that at all. I might know 3 facts, and they seem to really drive in one direction, and then when I compile 97 other facts, it's a completely different story. Prosecutors, good ones, have to be able to change their judgments no matter how much work they put in to go where the facts take them. And what I see in this administration is situations where a reticence to follow the facts because it will involve prosecuting or investigating somebody they know the president doesn't want them to prosecute or investigate. There's numerous examples of this. You could start with, I think it was referred to as Signalgate, where they were talking over a Signal app about war plans, what were clearly classified war plans. I can tell you with certainty that there is no administration, Republican or Democrat, since I've been a prosecutor, that would not open an investigation in that case. But in that particular, and I'm not going to say where that would come out, like how that would turn out, because as I said, you don't know in the beginning.
Well, that is the problem, is that, like, yeah, a lot of these people make it all like a partisan thing. Like, this is just Democrats, or this is just, you know, this is just people who hate Trump. But it's like, it's so annoying, like, dealing with people who just seem to not realize that nobody has ever done the shit that Trump is doing. Like, nobody has ever done any of this crap. It's just Trump by himself, only him. And to act as though this is just like partisanship when this is something that Trump is alone on is really obnoxious.
Beginning. But if you remember, in that case, the Attorney General said there would be no investigation the very day it came out, to shut that down. Didn't want to know the facts, just didn't want to have an investigation. We're seeing the same thing now in Minnesota, where victims of police shootings are being called domestic terrorists, again, before a single fact is collected, and then blocking local authorities from investigating that. That is the antithesis of facts matter. And to be clear, I don't profess to know how an investigation would turn out. Part of what a good prosecutor does is not comment on how things might turn out until they do the investigation. So I think people on both sides saying if it's a crime or not a crime is not how we should do things. But if you shut the door to facts.
Oh my goodness. This is so annoying. I don't have the fucking, I don't have the thing to search these containers, and that's the third one that I've seen. Sounds like somebody just killed another person out there. If that's the case, we're gonna go kill them.
You shut the door to the rule of law. You shut the door to getting outcomes that the public can trust.
Okay, so importance of process, importance of facts. These are the themes that link together red lines that have been crossed in the department today. It sounds like before we even think about how we might rebuild the department, there are certain first principles that we have to think about. What are those first principles?
Well, as I said, these two, right? Like, process matters. Following the facts matters. Keeping politics out of the decision-making of prosecutors matters. I also think that one of the sort of first principles we need to talk about and think about is how to protect apolitical, nonpartisan public servants so they can do their jobs. Because when you don't follow the facts and when process doesn't matter and integrity doesn't matter, the Justice Department can't do its job in lots of ways beyond these cases that we're talking about now. If the Justice Department is not inhabited by people who have integrity and who can follow the facts and the law without fear or favor, one, they just can't do the job, but they're also not going to be trusted. A big thing I have seen through my 30 years as a prosecutor, we've seen this in the international setting as well, is that the rule of law does not enforce itself. You can't just have a law book and say, hey, there's a law in the books, you did wrong, please report to prison for the appropriate sentence, or decide which cases to bring or not bring. It takes people of high integrity who function based on ideals that we all agree on about truth and integrity to make those calls, to make the sacrifices to make those calls. And unless we protect those people, it's very hard to have outcomes that the rest of us can trust. And so I think one of the things that for someone who loves the department and is now outside it, seeing the loss of credibility that department prosecutors have had with the courts over the last year, it's been just saddening to me. One judge said, credibility that has been built up over years has been lost in weeks. And it's not just in these cases we're talking about where people are being targeted. When judges and juries don't trust prosecutors, they're going to start not trusting them for other things too. Things that we want for them to protect our communities from violence, to protect us from fraud, to fight corruption. And basically the sort of mission the department has broadly, it's not capable of doing that anymore. Another way I think about it is this. To have a public institution that functions, right, that actually can do what you set it up to do, you need three things. And this particularly, in my mind, goes to the Justice Department. You need competence, you need integrity, and with integrity I'll put independence. And then the third is you need to be able to communicate those things to the public. So
you're welcome.
Let's break those down. You've talked a little bit about integrity, but I want to come back to that because there's, I think, more to say about it. But competence, what do you mean by that? Like, how does that figure in here?
Yeah, I think one of the things that again, from where I personally sit, living my life and having had my career, that I'm really concerned about is part of what I see as an attack on the rule of law is an attack on competence, right? We think that someone who spent decades learning their craft and how to do something the right way for the right reason.
Sorry? I haven't even checked to see what they are yet. I totally forgot. I meant... Oh, yeah, I keep seeing stars pop up. I didn't realize that's what I was doing. Okay.
Reasons that doesn't really matter anymore. We can just put some...
Did I run into any what? No, but it did sound like there was a rat right above us at the extract. It sounded like there was one, and I was getting ready to go up there to see if he was still there, because it sounded like 2 people died there after gunshots. I think I'm trying to head towards where you put the batteries in the door, but I can't remember how to get there or what side it's on or anything, so I'm...
It's on that, I know exactly where it is. I can explain where it is.
Okay.
These containers that I'm reaching now, just wait with me and I'll take you to that door now.
Okay.
Somebody in who's never done that before, and they'll just do it. And, I think of the example. Imagine if you had a heart problem or need a brain surgery. Would you ever say, well, this person's a great surgeon, but I'm not really sure I like their politics. This person has never performed surgery ever once in their life, but I feel policy-wise we're the same. You'd never do that. And I think...
Can you translate that into... because I think everybody intuitively gets
here
that,
it is.
Right?
Yeah, okay, this is what I was looking for.
Right. But how do you translate that into the Department of Justice?
Appreciate
and
it.
maybe you can speak a little bit about your own trajectory you started as an ADA in Manhattan, became an AUSA, and then you have moved into leadership positions. Talk about competence in the department and what exactly that means.
Yeah, so I mean, and just to frame it, I think part of the challenge is how I understand being a prosecutor, the expertise it requires. I understand it like that, and I think a lot of people outside the department don't understand being a heart surgeon.
Sorry, what? Yeah. I was just killing a turret.
And being a prosecutor handling complex cases, that they're really analogous.
I think that's right.
Yeah. And so to give you an example, I think ethically and by integrity, I'm the same person I was when I was 25 years old, when I became a prosecutor for the first time after leaving the school. If someone had told me, hey, Jack, you're a good guy, you got your head on straight, we want you to take on the role of investigating war crimes around the world, or serving as special counsel.
I already ran
You're a good
through
person,
here.
you know, you'll figure it out. That would not have gone well.
Why not? Why not? Like, I want to get sort of specific here. Like, I mean, I get it, and I believe you. But can you be like, you know, when you're a heart surgeon, it's very technical, and you learn all the special. Like, what is it that you gain in it? What does competence mean in the department? What is it? Right?
Sure. There's so many different skills, and so I give you a few. But like, you're interviewing a really important witness in a very big case that everybody in the world is watching, right? And you have to decide through the course of that interview if this person is credible or not, if they're telling the truth on difficult subjects. If that's your first interview, you're not going to know the sort of tells that happen or how to test someone's credibility. But if you interviewed hundreds and hundreds of people like we have in our career, you're going to know how to do that. If you've never handled a major national security case and you don't know the intricacies of the department requirements to take investigative steps, it's not even just a matter of intelligence. It's experience and judgment. And when you're running a complex investigation or a prosecutor's office as a U.S. attorney, you're recalled to make judgments every day that require both integrity, for sure, but also experience, because you've seen a version of this problem many times before, and also just skill.
There's a guy that's really jittery in the key room over there. There's a really jittery guy over there, okay? So just be careful.
Oh, shit. Okay. Fuck. He said there's a really jittery guy over right where I'm going, which means that he's like super paranoid, thinks everybody's coming to kill him, and he went to a key room, so he's trying to loot like expensive shit that now he thinks everybody's trying to kill him to get it, which I don't want his shit. I don't give a fuck about his shit, but if he thinks that I'm going to try to take it, which is going to be right there in that door. What the fuck is happening here? That's weird.
You know, like if a lawyer comes into your office and they have a big trial tomorrow and they have to cross-examine somebody and they need help, if you've never ever done that or even really watched it, you're not going to be of any help to them. But if you have and you can, that office is going to have better outcomes and serve the public better. And so I think a lot of the things that lawyers do, people don't understand that you're a lot better having done them after a couple of decades than when you first start doing them. Of course, we know that in all professions, but I don't think we understand the degree of difference. And the last thing I'll say on this topic is, One of the great things that I've enjoyed about working in the department is the career people who've been there for decades. They know their substantive areas so well, and one of the great things of being a prosecutor in the department is you can lean on those people and rely on those people and ask for their advice about how to handle things. When I was at the public integrity section, that is sort of the clearinghouse for expertise on political corruption cases. And so prosecutors from around the country would call us and ask our advice or get our approval for certain investigative steps. And that made it a lot more likely things were going to be done well and the right way and for the right reasons. The public integrity section is in essence, I mean, it's technically there, but it's in essence been disbanded as I understand it. And as I say, I think that's a jettisoning.
I got 12,000 points for that trial. I didn't even look at the fucking thing, so I didn't know I was doing a trial, and I'm at 6,000. So that's lucky that I ended up coming here, because yeah, all I was trying to do was just come and look for some good guns and shit.
Of expertise at the cost of the rule of law. That trying to get rid of people who can say how things should be done makes it easier to just get the outcomes that you really want to get.
It's actually not going to be the last thing you say on it, because I have one more question on this. I just want to press again a little bit further on this, which is to say, like, ask you, can you, so first of all, you've sometimes talked about this experience as getting reps, and you've said it, like getting, doing hundreds of interviews, seeing cases over and over again, and building up to a point where you have, and I think this is the important word, you said judgment, right, to make these decisions. But what is, you've kind of touched on it a little bit, but I just wonder if you can say more about what's the consequence for the department losing career people who've been there for decades, who are in senior positions, whether it's in public integrity, national security, narcotics, terror, whatever, across the department. What's the consequence for the department, losing that kind of level of competence?
Well, I think there isn't just one consequence. The easiest one is one of, well, you'll just do things wrong in a way that when it comes time to go to court, you'll lose a case you should have won and a case that would have been good for the public and for the American people if you had one.
You idiot.
But you just aren't that good at it because you haven't done it before. I think maybe what you're getting at is a deeper problem, is that the people, in my experience, who inhabited these roles, they did things the right way, and they did it for the right reasons. And you knew that if there was a decision to prosecute someone, that it wasn't for political reasons, because these people wouldn't stand for it. And I think that's one of the reasons you're seeing a lot of these resignations, is because people don't want to be a part of that. That gives a confidence, not only whether you're going to win or lose in court is one thing, but whether you're doing things the right way, and whether people in the public can trust that, hey, I don't have time to read the whole case file in this case, but how you seem to be going about your job, I feel like I can trust that. We need to have that trust in our government generally, but particularly in the Department of Justice, given the great powers that prosecutors have, the great discretion that prosecutors have.
Okay, now, so you said competence, integrity, communication. Let's go back to integrity and independence.
What about your mom?
What does that?
Don't we have to
How
have
does that
your
translate
mom?
in the department? You've said a little bit about integrity. Can you say more about it, and about independence? What does that mean in the Department of Justice? Because the Department of Justice, part of the unitary executive, part of, right? So what does that mean exactly?
Yeah, so I can talk about the Department of Justice that I kind of grew up in, from a line prosecutor taking direction to someone eventually giving direction. And in my prosecutorial career, the idea that you would go
you just
after
made that
someone
word up.
or not go after someone because of their politics, it was just not on the table. I say all the time, my first boss was a guy by the name of Gene Porcaro. He was the chief of the section I was in at the district attorney's office before I was a federal prosecutor. If I had told him, hey, I'm going to go after this guy because he's a political enemy of the DA, or I'm going to
Yeah,
not
I'm
go
just
after
shooting
this guy, even though we've got a good case because he's a friend of the DA.
the little spiders.
My boss would have literally thrown me out a window. I mean, it was so far from how anybody would talk or think. And early in my career, the questions we're talking about now, it wasn't like it was on the table as a discussion. And I think that the people, in my view, who served in the department for decades, many of whom who've either been fired or forced to resign, they were the keepers of that ethic. You knew that you may not like the decision, but it was made in good faith. And that means a lot. And so I think losing that is a tremendous loss. And again, I think, for example, if you're a corruption prosecutor, right? Any case you bring, somebody's going to think you're great and someone's going to think you stink, right? Depending on who the defendant is. And what good career prosecutors know is that none of that stuff matters. The people who like you today won't like you tomorrow, and then they'll like you again, and then they won't. It's all noise. I think people who are responsive to news cycles and have to get their message out today, that is not the sort of people you want making decisions about prosecuting.
I don't know how to
people
get
and
out of here
taking away
now.
their liberty.
I'm
The people
fucking
I
lost.
knew who were prosecutors would never let that sort of stuff affect their thinking. And so those two first building blocks, like I know how to do this job actually. Like I actually am competent and qualified to do it. And the second is I can be trusted to do it fairly. You can trust me because I don't have a horse in the race politically. I don't have a horse in the race wanting a certain outcome for me personally. Without those, you can't even have a conversation about having the rule of law. But then we get to the third topic.
Right, and it's about communication, and you just alluded to that about news cycles and communication. How do you?
Oh yes. Let's fucking
How
go.
do you communicate this to the public, and how much is communication part of your success as a good prosecutor?
Yeah, so this is the one for me that these days I spend the most time thinking about. And part of the reason is, well, the first two, are competence and integrity, are foundational. They're not hard. We've done that. We actually, at least the people I worked with, we knew how to do that. I think communicating to the public that you are competent and that you can be trusted is really hard today, given how we all talk and communicate with each other. Getting people to listen who don't already agree with you, just culturally these days, is really challenging. And I think it's particularly hard for prosecutors because there are rules, right? Like you do not want to say something when a case is pending that would interfere with someone's right to a fair trial, right? You do not want to say something that would violate
Hold the door, hold the
local
door,
rules,
hold the
because
door, hold the
every
door,
federal
hold the
court
door.
has local rules
I'm
that
coming, I'm coming, I'm
very
coming. Okay.
specifically
All right, I'm in,
limit the things
I'm in.
prosecutors can say when
Let's
a
go,
case
let's
is
go, let's
pending.
go.
But we also have a reality where powerful defendants can have whole communications teams out there repetitively
somebody
saying
else up there.
things that are not true, that are misinformation, that will get a certain group of people, a certain part of our society, believing things that aren't true. And you don't have a mechanism to push back on that. And so I don't have a solution to this, but what I do think is that we need to start having a conversation where people like me who know what you're supposed to do this job right, start talking to, frankly, younger people who understand how we communicate with each other these days, and coming up with solutions to that. I'm not sure there'll ever be a perfect one because there's a tension between what a prosecutor can and should say when a case is pending. But I think as we sort of think ahead, this strikes me as one of the things that we need to get better at, and we need to, particularly in my mind, communicate not just in like the legal community and not just in sort of like institutions like Harvard Law School. We need to find a way for prosecutors to communicate with people who don't get to go to Harvard Law School and are in communities that don't have access to a lot of the things we have access to in a place like this. I think that is very doable. I think prosecutors do stuff like that all the time. Like when we, as a prosecutor, when I argue a case to a jury, right, I'm pulling in people from all over a community. When I was a prosecutor in New York, you can imagine how diverse that jury pool is, right? And I had to get people who came from all different sorts of backgrounds, all different sorts of perspectives. The only way I win is if I convince them unanimously that I have it right here. Now, by the time we get there, I should have vetted my facts and law really well that I should be able to do that. But I think in this divisive time we're living in, we underrate our ability to sort of reach out to people who we disagree with. It's uncomfortable to do that. But I think we got to start finding ways personally.
Ooh, I got 13,000, boy, and a Tempest in return, son. Let's go.
And individually to do that, if we want to, once we have competence, integrity, if we want people to really believe that's true.
So maybe with communication, as you say, prosecutors can't live by the news cycle. That'll undermine their integrity. But maybe it's a matter of others speaking in that space, right? For prosecutors, filling that space about what's really going on to try to balance out the communication.
Yeah, I like I said, I do not sit here telling you I have all the solutions. I would share them with you if I did. But I do think that we need to rethink it and think about it. We can't ever do anything that makes it less likely someone's going to get a fair trial. That's a red line. We can't do that. But there do have to be ways that we can say things that go beyond, the sort of circles. When I came up as a prosecutor, you talked in the courtroom and not on the media steps. And if someone decided you really had to give a press conference, you guys have seen those things, right? I get up there and say the most boring thing possible that no one ever remembers, and I knocked it out, and thank you, goodbye. And I'll say, in my career, and this is like a learning experience for me, I probably was someone who erred on the side of saying less for never wanting to be ever accused of interfering with someone's right to a fair trial, and never wanting to sort of showboat or try to be, in the media when I didn't need to. I think you got to do it for the right reasons, but I think that's a component of the job that I, early in my career, didn't see as part of my job, and I now think that for the next leaders of the department, that is going to be a really important part of the job, but at the same time, I wouldn't want the next leaders of the department to be communication specialists who didn't really know the traditions of the department. You gotta have both. It's a new skill set to add to the old.
So I'm starting to get some questions from the audience. And some of these are questions that are already on my outline, but this one I had not thought of. And it kind of goes back, you talked about lawyers at the DOJ resigning. They're kind of, that's a sort of double-edged thing, right? So on the one hand, they're resigning under principle. On the other hand, or because they...
Oh, yeah, all the good people are gone. This is something that, is a constant discussion under the Trump administration, is that a bunch of people, under RFK, tons of people are resigning under RFK because they feel like he's doing a ton of, really unethical things that they refuse to be a part of, that they don't want to put their names on things that will tarnish their careers moving forward. But on top of that, once they leave, if they're the last, if all of the people with any brains all quit, then we're just stuck with less brains. Things probably become even worse.
They just can't work in that environment for reasons you've been talking about. But on the other hand, then they leaving space for other lawyers, that may not have the competence, may not have the integrity, may not have the same principles, the same experience to come in and fill those jobs. So how should lawyers in the department think about that? Should they stay and fight the fight? Should they resign on principle? How do they resolve that?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting question, and it's interesting in part because it's a question I think most prosecutors in the department never thought they'd have to ask themselves that question. And so they're being asked to sort of make a really important decision about their own lives on a question that they really never thought was going to come up when they took a career path. My personal view of it, and this goes for both people in the department, and people, if you're in the audience, who are thinking maybe you were interested in a career in the department in the future. What I would say is that the costs have changed, but the question hasn't. If you believe in public service, if you believe in serving members of your community, you should still do that. Now, if you are asked to carry out a policy thing that you don't really like, but it's a policy thing, I think you got to do that. And I think if you're not willing to do that, as I said in the beginning, I don't think that's how a career prosecutor behaves. And I think then maybe being in the department and in a non-political position is not for you. On the other hand, well, I tell people all the time to stay in the department because it's those people who are continuing to make it work. You know, as bad as some of the things we've talked about today, it could be a lot worse. It could be a lot worse if a lot of the people who believe in the rule of law and are sacrificing for all of us by staying in the department if they didn't stay. But at the same time, you get to a point where you're asked to do something that's unethical, and you're asked to do something that violates your oath as a public servant. Then when that happens, you can't stay. I get it. And I think what I tell people is you're going to know. It's a big decision and it's hard, but I think particularly experienced prosecutors are going to know the difference between those two. So my advice and my position is that people should continue to serve, and people should continue for the same reasons they went into the service in the first place.
Jack, you've talked a number of times, you've used the phrase, the rule of law. And I want to kind of look at this from that frame, think about the rule of law. What is that? That can mean a lot of things to different people. That phrase can be used in lots of different ways. What does the rule of law mean to you? And is it under threat today in the United States?
Yeah. So I think of the rule of law distilled down. What it means to me is treating people equally under the law. It's really that simple in my mind. And what I mean by that is it shouldn't matter your politics, your race, your gender, all those things shouldn't matter. It should be the same for everybody. Now, to be very clear, I'm not saying that the department throughout its history has always done a great job of that. But what I will say is that during my career, what I saw is that people were always trying. People were working towards that. That was an ideal that we sought. I think the rule of law is under attack today because I'm not sure the leaders of the department have that same orientation. I think the leaders of the department now are willing to carry out the president's bidding, and that means protecting allies and going after enemies. And that's the opposite of treating everybody equal. So I think the examples we've seen that we've talked about a little today show it is under threat, but I also think that it is a situation where, as bad as things can seem sometimes, there's a lot of things all of us can do to kind of push back on that. And I think it's incumbent on all of us to do, each of us, what we can to push back on those sort of things.
So I have another audience question, and I think I know you pretty well, but I don't know how you're going to answer this question.
All right.
You ready for it?
I don't know.
Who is your hero? In life or the legal profession? We're not talking cycling here, right?
Wow.
In life, they'll give you a second. Life or the legal profession, how does that hero help you do your job better?
It's funny, like, I would honestly say this is going to come out, my dad probably. So I grew up in a place where I'm the first person in my family to go to college. We were talking about this earlier. Where I grew up, people did not wear suits and ties. My dad worked in a factory most of his life. My dad supervised 0 people in his life. He never supervised a single person. But he gave me the tools for my career. And it's funny because when he and I talk, he just can't imagine the world that I'm in and the things that I've done in my life. But I couldn't have done them without the sort of foundation he gave me.
Say more.
Yeah, well, like, so for example, like, you and I have worked together in a couple different iterations. And I have developed how I like to lead a place. And a lot of that comes from my dad, who never led a single place, because when I was a kid, he would come home, he would talk about the people who led him and how they behaved. And if they looked out for their people, if they were out for themselves, how they treated people above them and below them. And that was really important to me. And, when you're a parent, you can't, I'm now a parent, and I can't figure out what my kid's going to remember or not. And
this is actually pissing me off, the amount of security lockers that I'm running into. This is like the 7th one that I've seen just in the last 30 minutes. I didn't realize there were so many down here. This is actually fucking pissing me off because I don't have security anymore, and I'm trying to get it back, and just looking at all of the shit that I could have, it's driving me fucking nuts right now. I am very annoyed by this. I don't know where the fuck this computer is that's supposed to be for this thing here. Oh no.
And I'm sure there were a lot of things my dad really wanted to impress on me that I've completely forgotten. But hearing him talk about those situations and who he admired and who he didn't and how he reacted to that, I think it informed a lot of who I want to be, at least. Maybe I don't know who I am, but who I want to be. So I don't know how helpful an answer that is, but I think that's the best I have for you.
It's a great answer. This is going to be a little bit of a pivot, but you've mentioned a couple times working overseas. You worked in 2 positions overseas. You worked at the International Criminal Court. You were the investigations coordinator, and then just before your appointment to special counsel, you were the specialist prosecutor of the Kosovo Specialist Chambers in The Hague, which was a court dedicated to investigating crimes in Kosovo during the war. Those are international, very different experiences. How do those experiences inform how you think about these issues about the department? How did they shape you? What did you learn from those experiences?
Yeah. So they made me better prosecutors, right? Because some of the cases we worked on overseas, massive cases, all sorts of challenges in investigation and prosecution that we don't have here. Learning how to adapt to completely different systems, to completely different laws, things like that. That goes back to what I was saying before about until you have this range of experiences, you can't be the person capable of doing these more complex things. So that's on a practical level. But also, and I think you probably had the same experience, you see in these places where we investigated war crimes, you saw the rule of law sort of fall off the shelf. And what I saw repeatedly is it's where the social fabric broke down. It's where people ended up saying, well, the elites in the society are not following the rules. Why should I follow them? And usually corruption was a precursor to violence. That's what happened in a lot of the places we were at, the ICC and other places. And it makes me concerned because I think that we have had the rule of law function in our country for so long that we take it for granted. We just assume that it's permanently durable and that no matter what we do and what anybody does, it's just going to keep functioning. And I've seen places that thought that, and then there was a day that didn't happen anymore. And I think what history shows you, if you look at these examples, it is that once that contract breaks and once you lose that, it is so hard to get it back and to build it back. And so that's why I think we're at such an important point now, because we still do have the rule of law. There's a lot of people who believe in the things we're talking about today and who are willing to sacrifice for them. And I think it's important to make it a front and center issue because I know that once you lose it, it's much harder to get back.
Another audience question. The job of public service has become much more in the spotlight if you are and it's not just the senior people, but line prosecutors are now, there's a lot of public attention, there's a lot of partisanship, there's a lot of controversy, right? How, if you're thinking about public service, how do you think about this dimension of it, of how you deal with that spotlight, with attacks, with, you said before, there are people who are going to hate you, people are going to like. How do you kind of deal with that in your profession?
Well, my personal view is that someone who really craves attention and someone who really craves approval, I would direct you not to be a prosecutor. I don't think that someone who that is what drives them. I don't think you're probably the best candidate for a career as a prosecutor, because you have to be, you cannot let that drive what you do. The attention's unfortunate because, the way my career has worked out, here I am talking to you today, right? But I never sought or craved that attention. And I think that now the pressure that's put on public servants, the threats that people face, the sort of like that you have to think, well, if I take this job, my family could come under threat. That's crazy. That's absolute crazy. And we should pause and think about how we got here.
That's absolute crazy.
And what individually all of us could do to turn that in the other direction, because over time there'll be really good people who could really do great things for our country who are going to do a calculation and say, well, I'm willing to pay these costs, but I'm not paying that costs. And I think that's the sort of longer term costs I'm worried about. And so I think that's what you bring up is real. But I also think that all public service has costs. And one phrase I've heard that I like a lot is, if it's not hard, it's not service. And so, if you think you're doing something to help, if it's not hard,
I say that all the time.
Maybe think again, because you could probably do a little more. I do think the threats and everything are a different thing. But people who really want to make a difference in public service have to be willing to sacrifice.
So this is a question I got from the audience, but it was also my outline.
You want to take credit for that? That's your
I do. Yeah, I anticipate it. Yeah.
Okay, Alex, they're all your questions.
Thank you. I thought of it. It's an obvious question. So, 30 something years ago, you were out there in the audience at this school listening to people. Can you talk about your experience at Harvard Law School? And are there particular, aside from Professor Wilkins,
thinks he's so special because he went to
things
Harvard. Give
that
me a
you
break.
remember that shaped you, that were important to you when you were in law school?
Yeah. So let me start with my sort of Harvard Law School origin story. So in our class in '94, I was the last guy who got in. I was on the wait list. I was driving my Dodge Daytona, leaking oil, down to the University of Virginia. And on the way down, we didn't have cell phones then. They called my house and they said, hey, would you be interested in coming to Harvard? I stopped in New Jersey at a friend's house. And on a Friday afternoon, the office calls and they say, hey, if we offered you a position, a spot, would you take it? And I said, listen, I got a car leaking oil downstairs with a UVA sticker on it, so it has to be an offer. So they call me back and they're like, okay, we offer you it. And then I hammered out my financial aid, a good lawyer practice, right? I hammered out my financial aid that afternoon, and I just turned my car up and drove to Harvard. So I get here, and I've told you this story before. I get here, and I'm excited, right? I've never been in an environment.
Somebody down? Somebody down over here? You good? There was a person who just went down. I was trying to find them.
Yeah, I heard it too, but I don't know where they
Huh.
are.
Okay. I was down here and I came all the way up.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Like this, I went to a state school, as I told you, no one in my family going to college. And I go to
Another
the admin
security
people, and they give me my
locker.
room,
Oh,
and
man.
I truck my stuff to my room, and I get to my room, and there's another guy in my room. And I'm like, hey, it's kind of like on the airplane, right? Like, hey, this is mine. And it turns out it was his room. And so I don't have a room. So Ames Hall over there had all my stuff in the closet at the end of the hall there for a night. And then eventually I got a room on that hall, on the International Students Hall. And it was just...
Wait, man, in the version I heard of this story, you spent some nights in that
I
closet.
I spent a night or two there because they didn't
In
have
the
a place
closet?
for me. Yeah, but it was a big closet. And I was just so happy to be here, Alex. But I tell the story, it's kind of a crazy story, but what I came away from that was like, I just felt so lucky to be here. I just felt so lucky to have this opportunity to be, we were talking about this earlier, to be with people who would push me,
Skills,
and test
son.
me and make me
Fucking
better.
skills,
And
bitch.
so for my time here, the things I would give y'all in terms of what I learned was, what was really useful to me was when practitioners either came to campus or practitioners like Professor Ogletree, for me, told me about their lives and their careers, because it gave me a window onto what I wanted to do, because I had no friends or library of experiences to compare the different sorts of careers I would have. I also tried to use like the different activities you can do here. I did the Prison Legal Assistance Project. I did a bunch of different clinical programs.
Don't tell me
to
it's
sort of test out different careers and see what fit me. And I did a little of everything, and I think in doing that, I got very lucky, and I picked a path that I really liked from the beginning, and I didn't end up switching too much because I really enjoyed what I was doing. And so part of what I would say to folks here is, use your time here to learn from people who've trod different paths that you might want to follow. And then the other thing I would say is, one thing I've learned in my career is like, what a privilege public service is.
You only learned one
And
thing.
if you're considering it as one of the things you're going to do, really give it a try. It's been, other than my family, it's been one of the biggest blessings in my life.
Just sad.
And it has a centering effect on you and on your lives. And this is a great place. There's a lot of ways that this institution supports that. And so take advantage of that if you can. You don't have to like game out. I know a lot of Harvard Law students have a plan of where they're going to be at 40 and 50 and 60. We all who are that age know the world doesn't work like that. Show up, be excellent at what you do.
It's already almost
and
over.
People will, opportunities will come. But I think this is a great place to kind of try out those things, so you can try the different paths you're considering and see people who've walked where you want to walk.
Are there particular people who inspired you here?
Professor Ogletree in particular was someone who, just because he'd done this groundbreaking work as a public defender and the way he spent time with his students, also Professor Streicher, who was my advisor for my paper, this was a new environment. I'd never been in an Ivy League school before, and so people who took an interest and took time to kind of help me, I think maybe I might have needed more help than some in terms of...
We all remember our first time at Ivy League school. It's a great moment for all of us. Those were the days.
Figuring my career path, that meant a lot to me.
On your career path, why did you go to the Manhattan DA's office? Why did you choose that path? Like, how did you go that route?
Well, it was partially from my time here at Harvard. I had done a number of different clinical programs. I'd done an internship at the Norfolk DA's office. I'd also done an internship at the U.S. Attorney's office. And the assistant U.S. attorney I was assigned to was a great guy. His name was Brad Bailey. And this is why I say this, is like, I was watching him do his job, and I was like, this is so cool, man. I would like to do this. And I wouldn't have known that because I'd never been around a prosecutor before, and I just liked it. And that inspired me to want to really try being a prosecutor. And then the Manhattan DA's office, to me, is the most storied prosecutor's office in the country. And I will say, too, that my 5 years there, of all the things I've done, by far the most fun I've ever had professionally.
Why?
Because it was just so crazy. It was just so It was just so different than I grew up, the environment I grew up in. You're trying cases all the time. You're like, you grow up on TV and you see people arguing cases to juries, and you're like, oh my God, I'm doing that right now. You're helping people, and you're interacting with people who come from completely different backgrounds than you, and sometimes they're hostile to you. Sometimes they need your help, and you're just being tested every day in a million different ways. And I also loved about the job that, like, people just cared about doing the right thing. Like, nobody was there to make a lot of money. Nobody was there because they were going to be in the newspaper for doing some case. No one cared about the cases we were doing. You just did it. I did a lot of domestic violence cases, helping domestic violence victims.
Domestic
These cases were
violence.
not in the newspaper. No one's following it. But it was incredibly meaningful work. And so I just loved it. My first job, $28,000 a year I was making. $28,000 a year, and I felt like the luckiest guy in the world. So perfect way to start a career for me.
And then you have this remarkable career from Manhattan DA's office, Eastern District of New York, U.S. Attorney's Office, International Criminal Court, Public Integrity Unit, U.S. Attorney's Office in Tennessee, brief stint in private practice for about 9 months or so. Then immediately got out of that and became the specialist prosecutor in The Hague, and then special counsel, and then guest at Harvard Law School, right? To top it all off. What is there, like, looking back, was there a kind of method to that path? Was there, like, what's the thread that ties that together? What was your motive, like your kind of guiding principle there?
Yeah, there was definitely no, like, master plan at all, and I think my colleagues who've had a master plan have never seen anybody who had actually worked out that way. I really liked what I was doing at every job I had, and generally that led to somebody asking me, hey, have you thought about doing this? And if it seemed interesting, it's something I applied to do afterwards. And I never really knew where it was going. I was much...
All right, I'm heading out. I will probably be back on tomorrow. Going to try to do some more TikTok. I got to get like a certain amount of days in a row to where I've done like 30-minute streams at minimum. So we'll try to do it again tomorrow. We'll see how that goes. But I appreciate everybody going over to the TikTok stream. It really is helpful, and it really does help get more people over there, and that does help me, one, have another revenue stream to where I have more money coming in. But on top of that, it does help boost my other videos in the algorithm over there, helps get me more followers, and helps make it to where if people want to hear debates and we want to hear like call-ins without me getting kicked off the panel, without them calling me some sort of like Nazi or fascist or racist or some crap like that, and then booting me or muting me over and over, it's a lot easier if I run my own panels, and then I'm able to do it myself. And so excuse me, so when I do post the links and when I do go live over there, I do appreciate all the people who go over there and watch, so that we can get that going a little bit faster. But yeah, I should be back on tomorrow to do that again. Till then, do me a favor, join the Discord. Link is in the description. We need everybody to join the Discord, okay? We need every single person as quick as possible to join the Discord. We actually went backwards again. We got up to like 985 people, and I think we're down to like 975. So I think we went down 10 over the last couple of days. So yeah, we got to get back. We're trying to get to 1,000. We have been trying to get to 1,000 for I think a year now. We've been in the 900s, probably 2 years, maybe even. It's been a while since we hit 900. So it's been taking a really long time to try to get to that extra little bit. So join the Discord, help us out, help us get to another movie night when we get to 1,000, and that link is in the description. And then also hang out for just a minute, leave a comment when the stream is over. That helps push the stream in the algorithm to where more people find the channel and more people come and watch, which over the last week or two, more people have been coming and watching, and we've had a higher concurrent viewer count and a lot more watch time. So it's been very helpful, and I appreciate everybody who leaves comments. So just leave a comment about the debates that we were having earlier, or about the first video that we watched with Bill Maher and Sam Harris. Leave a comment about something relevant to the stream, please. It is more beneficial if you leave a comment relevant to the stream, because that makes it to where other people who watch the stream later are more likely to respond to your comment, which gives us more comments, which pushes us more in the algorithm. So outside of that, till then, appreciate you. Love you. See you next time. Later, fools.